Side screen பக்கத்துல நான் வரேன். One sec. Wait. Because it is outside, important to have a bigger base. Yeah. Now you can remote. I think this is a much better view.
I think so as well. Look, yeah, this is better.
Yeah. Are you getting audio?
Yes. I think so as well. Look,
Fantastic.
I think this is good.
Amazing. Thanks, boys. So, quick update: the match is going to start at 12. The extra times have been removed, which means it is still a 50-over game. Hercules has won the toss and have decided to bowl. Perfect. Oh, it's going to be an exciting day. Match is going to start any moment at this point in time. Hercules have decided to bowl after winning the toss. And Iftikhar is all warmed up to get his first ball of this special day. Final of Eerste Klasse. We've got Rohit Jamb taking strike, accompanied by Richard Fernandez. Iftikhar will start from the far end, so it's going to be interesting to see how it is going to be. The umpires for this game will be Santosh Yogidas from Vive. We have Sanjeev representing Hercules, and we have the third umpire Bhavesh. The first over, first ball, running in Iftikhar. Down the leg, wide, comes towards the boundary, well stopped on the fine leg. That's a wide ball. So that brings Richard Fernandez on strike. So we could already see a bit of a swing. It's expected with the new ball for sure, but also the conditions are slightly favoring the ball to move in. And Iftikhar is known for is really good in swinging balls that he has done in the past. They've got one slip in place with Ashan Banamusinghe in the slips. We've got Helberg on short covers. They've got a backward point. They've got a point in place. So the only two outside fielders are behind the wicket. That's another wide ball. The ball is again moving down the leg as we see. You'd probably see it initially with Iftikhar is also somebody who traditionally moves the ball in. You've got the captain Shakib Sultan, who's also the wicket keeper, trying to make sure that the fine leg fielder is coming a little bit more straight. Iftikhar runs in, and that's a no ball called. So there's been 3 balls bowled so far, no legal deliveries yet, 2 wides and 1 no ball. Overstepping apparently was a good call from the umpire. And apparently it's going to be a free hit. And that was a short ball, ranked in, banged. The ball is on the air, the fielder catches it, but that's a free hit ball. They still ran 1 run. So I think there've been like 4 runs already of this over. I think the game is all about making sure who handles the pressure better. Both the teams have played semi-finals and finals in the past. Iftikhar comes in, bangs down the leg, ball moving in, was slightly hitting on the higher of the pad but would have missed the stems. And that's the first, the second legal delivery. It's a really nice ground at Punjab. It used to be a lot of players who played for Punjab for Hercules in the past. Now he gets it right. On the mark. I think the first ball which he has controlled really well. So that means they've now bowled 3 good deliveries, 5 runs for no loss. Punjab were the top Klasse champions in 2021. They've got an amazing facility down here, making sure to accommodate this final game of Eerste Klasse between Hercules and Vive. Rohit has lots of experience. He has been with Vive for about 13 years. He's managed to play for our first team quite a long time. Used to be a previous captain. Hopefully we'll have more commentators coming in as well. So there's no field changes so far. The right position on the edge of the circle towards backward point and point. Was a really good quick single. Good to see that. Roy was probably expecting the ball to bounce slightly a little bit more. It's also going to be interesting where people will have to get used to this wicket. They haven't played on this one. We have a third umpire, Bhavesh, making sure everything can be on time. If Thika runs in, full ball. Was a good footwork from Richard. Defense straight to mid off, and that's over bowled. You're gonna probably have Helberg start bowling from the near end. Is getting his mark done. You've got Rohit trying to get the guard on the other side. Starts with leg. So they have a wide third man. They're moving him even more wider. That's also because Helberg has got this really good knack of moving the ball outside. That's a good combination with Iftikhar coming in, bowling hard lengths and trying to get the ball in, and Helberg trying to get it out. It's also good to see that they have two slips and they only one fielder on the outside the boundary. Young kid has been playing for Hercules for a while from the under 17 days, runs in hard. Was a proper ball moving outside. Was a good movement. You could see cheers coming from Abhishek all the way. The team is fully pumped up. It's been an exciting season for Vive as well. So is with Hercules. It's truly a finale of two proper top teams in their league for this year. He was probably trying to swing it really well, probably from down the leg towards the off stump. Magic delivery. It's also cold weather, so they'll have to get a bit more warmed up. Was a full toss, low, slower ball, hit straight to short covers. Rohit stays there in disbelief that he has timed one straight of that to short covers fielder. We could also see a bit of frustration from the opening batsman down there. So Syed takes the catch. Hercules have got their first breakthrough. Helberg produces one. Abhishek walks in at number 1. So basically one down for the captain. There's a bit of history about the bat that he carries. It's got like lovely tapes on them, but that's also something that he has been owning for just close to about 10 years now. Feels special about it. I think we would be looking to build some partnership, not get some early on wickets more, while Hercules on the other side would be trying and find ways to get some wickets. It's amazing that we have been accompanied by Spirit Snap. Frank is trying to get us amazing pictures of the day. Memories to cherish for both the teams. Eerste Klasse finale for 2023. At 7 runs we have lost our first wicket. We also have an important game that's happening on the Ofakang's Klasse between our third team versus VRA, and VRA are 55 runs at the loss of 2 wickets for 16 overs there. Pretty important game for both the teams there. Hellberg runs in. Was a good outswing. Abhishek timed it really well. Would it be run towards the boundaries? They ran for a single. Have decided to take only one run out of this ball. It's a pretty good over for Hercules so far. Now Richard takes strike. He would be facing Hellberg for the first time in this game. Really good outswing here. On the proper spot. Hard lens. Is known for that. It's probably one of those homegrown talents that Hercules have really spent a lot of energy. There's also his other brother who used to play for the top teams, but he isn't playing today. I think Hercules would be probably looking at 150, 160 mark at the end of the day for Vive. That was a really good outswing again. Also the movement is slightly way more, but it's game of economies. Sometimes you'll have to take them. So at the end of 2 overs, Vive are 8 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Iftikhar is going to continue from the far end. We've been honored by scorers. Derek Coaster was been with the club for more than 25 years for Vive. The commitment, sheer commitment from him to be available for every single game and score and make sure that a team one is enriched with the opportunities. Abhishek will be facing Iftikhar for the first time in this game, but they have played NF in the past. I think the first game in the leagues got washed out between both these teams. It was an interesting table then to make amendments to make sure who is going to be on the top 6. It was a good win on the second game. Credits to Himanshu, who made sure a lot of effort was there. Iftikhar runs in hard from the far end, and an in-swing gets bowled. Ball swung really in and the leg stump has fallen down. So Vive loses the second wicket and the captain. It's a bit of a despair. 8 runs on the board, 2 wickets down. The previous captain and the current captain in disbelief of what they've done. It was an amazing in-swing delivery right off the off-stump length. Ball swinging in. Vive has a debutant in this game, Ismatullah, who comes into the playing 11 straight into the finals. So they are going to probably look at somebody who can come in and make sure a bit more stability can be brought in, because 2 wickets initially, and then there comes in the man walking. James Ronsley, pro player for this year. Comes all the way from New Zealand. He's been an amazing lad right from the beginning, making sure things are in place for the club, making sure the team is putting all their efforts. It will be a very big day for him. He would like to get Vive on the winning side for sure. James Ransley and Richard are having a bit of a discussion and trying to get some insights towards what the bowler could be doing. Ifti is going to be really high in confidence. I think that's what happens when the other side was really tight. I think credits should be given to Hellberg as well. The way he got his first wicket, kept really tight after the first over of few extra balls that was done. It's going to be a really interesting one. Hercules have got a couple of players who have played really top level as well. We have Ashan Banamasinge, who has done it at top Klasse in the Netherlands. They have Dion Fernando on their side. But it's going to be Iftikhar versus James. First ball for James. Another in swing down the leg. Is it going to be cruising to the boundary? It was a good slide on dive. The captain did a really good job in making sure the fine leg could come in as fine as possible, knowing that Iftikhar would slide one down. Down the leg towards the square leg. Good no call. Positive cricket by Richie. Understands the swing better. On another game, Ram Gopalaswamy has got his second wicket. An amazing addition to today's game in the Ofakang's Klasse there. 63 runs, 3 wickets. Iftikhar runs in another in-swinger is what we expect from him. It didn't move that well. Richie negotiated it on top. I think the 2 wickets will put a little bit of pressure on the batting side. It's been amazing work from Hercules on the other side to make sure they've got on point. They've got a couple of early wickets. So it's all about making sure the extras are in ball. I think they've given like about 6 extra runs so far. That was bowled well outside the off stump. Good leave by Richie. I think one of the things to watch out was really the technique that Richard has right now. If you pay close attention, he moves outside the leg stump before making his trigger, so that he is prepared to pay that in swing, which is deadly so far that he has done with Iftikhar. But the challenge there with the ball coming in with that movement and his bat facing probably towards the keeper instead of the gully region is that he's so prepared for playing the balls that is going to come down the leg or moving into him. So there's going to be more focus needed, and that's what this game is all about. It's about being focused for every single delivery that's going to come around. It's about handling pressure so well. So if you look at his bat, it's pointing towards the keeper or even behind him. That's a wide ball. And I think the moment the trigger has changed, if Iftikhar has stopped bowling the ones which usually comes in, he's probably wanting to do that as a surprise delivery more than his strength. He wants to bowl outside the off stump because he realizes that the batters are looking for the ones to come in. I think now his bat is more properly positioned. It's a proper defense. That's the end of the over. End of 3 overs. Vive have scored 10 runs. They've lost 2 wickets. Hercules would like to continue on the same lines. Hellberg comes in again. Vive does deep bat. They have Murli, Karthik, and they have got like big scorers around the line. Hemanta, Fasli, Ismat. That's the spirit. They're more looking at 2 brings 3, and all their eyes will be on trying to get James. First ball for James on this end, facing Hellberg. Was a beautiful outswinger. Ball pitched almost on the middle stump, went all the way out. If we really go back to the wicket that was lost with respect to Abhishek, I think there was a bit of a learnings to make sure and understanding. It's traditional that Iftikhar brings an in swing. It was way played outside, across. James to Helberg. Played on the forward towards the backward point. Played late. And also, I like the call that he made. It was straight near the moment it left his bat. He knew how well he timed it. Understands the fielding positions. It's overcast conditions, so I see the bowlers are really using it proper for them. That moved in. Was really good. Trying to bowl way outside and trying to bring the ball in just creates a bit more confusion on the batters to see what's going to happen. I think they got promoted in Overkang's Klasse last year, and to play the final of the Eerste Klasse straight away in the very next year shows the quality of the team Hercules are. Was more towards middle leg, slow defense, ball towards the square leg, and an immediate no call. Like the way he learns from Manus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. New Zealander imitating Australian. So if you look into the stance, the bat is more towards the first slip, gully region for James. Was a good leave. And it's going to be really good. We have got home away umpiring situation as well. So we've got two umpires, one representing Hercules and one representing Vive. Shows the spirit of the game. Wonderful job by KNCB in making sure there's going to be an amazing game today by getting two of the best umpires on play. Lovely defense straight on the forward to end the over. No runs coming from this. But I like the loud no calls that was pumped in. At the end of 4 overs, Vive have scored 11 runs at the loss of 2 wickets. But looking at the outfield and the conditions, it's going to be really tricky to start with. If the kick comes in again, looking at the field with the fine leg coming more fine, then it's possible that he's going to still slide one of those in-swingers. Yeah, would have been a leg by. Was quick on the square leg. Good throw, well backed up by Apple. Stumps have been kinda dismissed a couple of times so far by the throws. So Hercules are on point. They want to grab every single opportunity to try and see if a wicket can be dislodged. Was a good call. Fast running. Slightly was on the right hand side of the square leg fielder. Good call from James. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at this ground from this end. Amazing clouds behind. Overcast conditions. Iftikhar runs in. And that's the second no ball from Iftikhar. Probably a bit of questions towards the umpire on where was the foot. Bit more corrections needed. And that's a free hit for James. I think this will be a perfect opportunity to get his muscle freed up as well. Let's see how the free hit is going to get executed. I'm sure the bowler is going to have to think a bit more in terms of making sure that he bowls less extras, because the only runs that he has given are all extras so far. Let's see how this free hit is going to be. Free hit, bank shot, proper shot, way towards the deep mid wicket. Is that a 6 or a boundary? That's given as a 4. The first boundary of the game. James has dispatched it towards the training nets of Punjab. If they would hopefully try and recover from that now. Runs in hard. On the line, lovely fielding. What a dive! The two players there trying to get their runs. It could be a fiasco. No, there's no run out. The keeper misses the ball. I was a very risky single. I mean, like, there was yes/no calls. The way James timed it, he immediately wanted that single. It was a really good dive put in by the square leg fielder. It was almost a sacrifice that Richard was trying to do for James. Got lucky where the throw was slightly wide towards the keeper. Missed it. It's one run at the end of the day. But that's what pressure does to you. There's 2 more balls left in this over. Was well played by Richie. Oh, on the other side, Ujjwal Mishra has got Harbi Randhawa out on the Ofakang's Klasse game. VRA are 75 runs at the loss of 4 wickets. That's a much important game on parallels for Vive as well. Iftikhar is going to bowl the last ball of this over. Hard length, easy, let it go is what Richard said. Then of 5 overs, Vive have scored 18 runs for the loss of 2 wickets with a much needed boundary that came out from I think the batters would probably be discussing about the calling and quick runs. It's really important that they get those quick ones. Hellberg would be itching to get another one. I've got a wide third man still. No field changes. Oh, was a good call again. I really like the way he plays on the front foot. Plays the ball late. He's in no hurry to try and manufacture a shot to get some runs. He understands that it's a long game. Both these batters have got immense patience, which is exactly what is needed at this point in time after the loss of 2 wickets. Was a good ball, trying to move it on the full from the middle and leg. There's less chop in his still. I would be hoping for more to come from the slip cordon out there. Well played, well played. Also, the second slip is almost not prepared for a catch or an assault there. I think they'll start considering the fielding positions after this over if they'll still need 2 slips. Let's see what Hellberg is going to execute right now. Oh, really good delivery. Really good delivery. Proper length, trying to move the ball out from the off stump. Good lead from James. That's an interesting fight between both the kids. I think both the kids are about 19-20 years old. The maturity that they have in terms of the skills that they have and the understanding of the game is exactly why they play at the highest level. Was a really good outswinger, but moved so much. That's called wide by Sanjeev. I think that's the first extra that comes from Sander there. Proper delivery. Just making it so much difficult for the batters. There's a couple more balls left. It's got to be the game of patience now. You got to wait for those bad balls. Really start respecting the bowler for all the good ones that they do. I was wrong. That was the last ball of the over, and that means 6 overs done. From the looks of it, they're continuing Iftikhar. Will probably be looking to use both these bowlers on a little longer spell, considering the conditions are favoring the movement. It was slightly interesting to have one more fielder on the leg side for the way that he moves the ball in. The square leg fielder has moved slightly more towards the mid-on, and that's a ball that again moved on the leg stump on a high bounce. So what this means is that there are possibilities of easy singles towards the square leg area, towards the fine leg area. But they also have a wide third man for Iftikhar as well. Richard played it on the air, and as I was saying that they had the wide third man, that's exactly what I was about to say. Had he been on a catching position, but this also means that James is going to face Iftikhar again from this end. It's going to be good for us to now understand how the technique is going to be different, because James has got a very little trigger movement. He's still on the leg stump. Oh, that was a good leave. I'm hearing sounds of bring it home Jamie there. But still very lagging, aggressive, slip cotton I would say, or the gully fielders. I would be expecting more to be told by them in terms of the game itself. It was an outswing. You could have picked that right from his hand, and 2 balls left is what Santosh calls. And we got Frank now towards the deep backward point area, trying to get a good photograph from that view. Well played. But I also like the way they've moved the slip fielder towards gully. Two more balls left to finish the 7th over. I think Iftikhar has bowled really well this one. No extras so far. That's exactly what I was trying to say. What is in swing is by not having an additional fielder on the leg side in various different places that you could actually position, you could stop that single. My apologies, I've been 1 ball behind because of the scoring lagness. It's apparently overbowled. Helberg takes stride from the near end. They're continuing to have 2 slips. I did see a bit of changes that they did over the last over of Iftikhar. I think there was something distracting the batter. That's the first job that I'm seeing. Nice. Let's see what Helberg does. Runs in hard. On the leg. A good call of no. They've probably got one of the quickest fielders on the square leg. There's a lot of work that is being put on that ball. Make sure that the shine is kept well. I was backing across towards the cover region. So there's keeper, you've got first slip, you've got kind of a second slip, not in the traditional positions, but between them we've got Karthik really patiently observing what the bowlers are doing. I'm sure he's reading between the lines to be there. He's prepared to come out on bat. He wants to read and get as much as data as possible from this wicket. Slightly an inside edge. The ball is moving, and I think James is getting a bit more comfortable to play those ones. Back and across. There's not a lot of bounce. But yeah, the game is happening in Rotterdam, Punjab Cricket Club. It's against two amazing teams on the Eerste Klasse table between Hercules and Vive. Come over, support us, join me for commentary if you would like. It's a good outswing, well left. Two more balls to go is what Sanjeev indicates. Hopefully I'll get it right this over. Was a full toss, timed proper. I don't think the outfield is quick enough. Was a good dive put down there. 2 good runs. It's good to see that they're really composed, not trying to overhit, trying to find the gaps in. Lovely fielding there by a good chase. Could have well been a boundary, but a good stop. I still wonder why do they have the second slip. I haven't seen the ball have that move there, or ball being bowled too full to get that into action, but it's mostly trying to play in the batsman's head. Oh, that was a good cheeky bowling. Where did that bounce from? Haven't seen the ball bounce that much in this end so far. Good effort, good bowling, Hellberg. Quick change. I think I'll have to probably speed it up a little bit more with few of those extra deliveries bowled, and then having fast bowlers. They've just bowled 8 overs so far. You're gonna have, if the common bowlers 5th over. If they go running from the far end, balls in, down the leg, wide. Keeper makes no attempt. He knows it's just going to be 1 run any which ways. I think the extras are something to consider at this point in time. They've bowled 13 extras, 10 wides, 2 no balls, and 8 of them have come from Iftikhar as wides, and both the no balls from him. So he's bowled 10 extras so far, with one of those balls going for a boundary. He's got 1 wicket and has given 19 runs. I think every time he bowls one down the leg, he tries to overcorrect and get something going on the off stump, but loses the shape for the swing there. On the other hand, Hellberg has bowled 4 overs. He's got 1 maiden, just 5 runs, and he's bowled 2 wides as well. But the economy of Hellberg is about just 1.25. Amazing. Another down the leg ball was hit proper, but then straight to the fielder now on the fine leg. Yeah, the way we read the game, I think they should bring the white third man into the circle and start finding a way to bring an additional fielder on the leg side. Or probably this might well be his last over as well. Well played by Richard. Misfielded. Was trying to get a single. Could it be a two? I think the ball just bumped a little bit away. So Helberg wasn't in control of it at that moment. Really good calling. I think one thing between these two players is that they are trying to get those singles, which is possible in every moment. They understand the value of those singles. They understand the value of every runs to be scored in this game. It was a good call from Richard. I think there's a special prize on James' wicket. That's what he does every single time he goes to bat. Oh, that was down the leg. Very well timed towards the square leg boundary. This was coming. This was coming. The moment that he got comfortable, it was properly timed down. And there's a second boundary of the innings. Oh, that shot. It's amazing. It's going to give immense confidence to the batter. And it's also going to put a lot more doubts on Iftikar's and Hercules' mind in terms of should he continue to bowl, or should they probably have the square leg fielder sent towards the deep and bring in the third man inside. Iftikar runs in from the far end again. That was a very good delivery. I think he should start doing this way more consistent and start using his in-swingers as one thing special. I think he's probably a bit more carried away with the wicket that was fallen off Abhishek Saxena. But that was also something that pitched on the outside line and then moved in. There's some words of advice from the captain towards the bowler. I see a bit more animated discussions over there on what could be done as he walks to the second slip. So at the end of 9 overs, Vive have got 31 runs. So slightly just over 3 runs per over. Oh, it's a long game. It's a 50 over game. They will be probably looking at 180, 200. Helberg stares down the line, and that's another wide ball. I think there's a lot of extras being bowled today. What it does is that it also releases the pressure on the batters. They've got 2 wickets, but then they continue to bowl like 2 or 3 extras every single over. Was on the off stump. You can see the sun coming out more. Another good outswing. I think that's predominantly what's also happening. I think with both the bowlers, they've got one stock delivery, and they are kind of continuing to do it more and more. I think there's a bit of a discussion between the batter and the bowler there. The umpires quickly intervened. You're going to see more of those. It's the final game. Banged one in. It's also the end. This bounce is a bit more questionable when you start bowling from the far end. I would be more interested to know some point in lunch to understand what this discussion is between the umpires and the batter and the bowler. It's probably because he's bowling a bit more wide, and then batters are hoping for that to be called as a wide ball. Why was that even an appeal? Was probably trying to get that wide call misdone. Was way outside. It's going to get interesting. It's never easy umpiring in general, but also being an umpire in one of these final games, it's immense pressure. So for a really good job by both the on-field umpires. Banging one shot, bowler falls down the leg. Is the umpire going to call it a wide? That's not called a wide. What is the discussion about? Why is that not called a wide? I think over the last couple of overs, there's been like bit of questionable ones towards calling those wides. I'm sure Bhavesh is watching as the third umpire, and the videos would help them to make some calls in the future. It's tough. It's not easy being an umpire. Oh, it was a peach of a delivery. The swing in the air for the ball to move in. It's an amazing bowling from Ram. I see a comment from Bala in our Vive family group. 8 overs, 32 runs for 3 wickets. VRA or 95 runs for 5 wickets in 23 overs. What on value he has been. He has had a fantastic season this year and comes in timely to contribute to the Ofakang's team in their virtual finals for relegation. Iftikhar is continued for his 6th over. Has been stopped. I think they have to pay a little bit more attention. I think it's just been 8 overs, but then there's a bit more frustration between the bowlers, not giving ample time despite the umpires stopping it. Runs in hard, bowls one on the off stump, and that's called a wide. I think it'll be very interesting to review. I think in end of the game, in terms of the balls that is being bowled, I think it'll be a good learning experiences for the umpires to have a good of a guideline. I still somehow think the last ball of the last over should have been called a wide easily. Oh, this is way wide for sure. I think Iftikhar is trying to correct his balls that are going down the leg, and as he is trying to overcorrect them, he's losing his shape. On the other side, against the VRA game, QV 3 on the Ofakang's Klasse are doing fantastic. They've got 6 wickets down, 99 runs scored. The umpire's hand was still there. Iftikhar again did not pay attention. Yeah, there's some instructions from the third umpire going down. Alright, so the game is going to be on. That was a good ball. Fantastic. I think it's important to stay in the game, lose a little bit of things that's happening around, and start helping the bowler there. I think there's a bit of movement behind the wicket which makes the umpire to make him stop. It's going to be fantastic. The sun gods are showing some mercy finally. Oh, it was a good delivery. Played well by James. I think by far, if you exclude the extras of this over, Iftikhar has really bowled well. But if you again go back to the extras, he's bowled like 12 extras himself. I think here comes one, was trying to bang one down the leg. James was probably indicating to Richie that you should have run for this one, mate. On an outswing. Good leave. It's good. It's a pretty good partnership that they've been built so far. Got a 26 runs between them together. Another down the leg, another white ball. I think it's probably the 13th extra that he has given. So he's given 27 runs, and half of that have been extras. I think the deep breath of the bowler is going to help probably now. Running in hard. Kept it straight, defended well. Good end to the over. 34 runs at the end of 11 overs. It's going to get interesting now to see the field position. So far they've been pretty consistent with how they started. There were some discussions between the batter and the bowler last over. Due credits to Halbach. He's bowled 5 overs. He's just given 6 runs. And he's also made 3 extras. So one thing in common for both the bowlers is that 50% of their runs have been the extras that they've bowled. Was a wild swing, called a wide. A bit more shine on the ball. That's what he wants from the fielder there. As a good leave. That's amazing control. He's able to move the ball so much. And also the late swing, so it just doesn't keep moving as he releases, but he gets a really good late swing. But having seen what has happened there for like about close to the 12th over mark, I still start questioning why do we have the second slip. Was played well. The square leg wasn't right close to the umpire. That's a good single. I think there's now a bit more work that has been put by the fielder there to get the ball shining. That's a wide for sure. I think it's tied after 5 overs. probably going to get a couple of extras every over if they continue to bowl. Yeah, that is something that they'll have to really start looking at, because the score is 38 and 19 of them as extras. So what this means is that they have released the pressure 50% of the time from the batters wanting to score. Was a good movement. Well played by James. More focused. With the new rule, you're not allowed to use saliva. So, and in these conditions, you don't sweat that much. It also makes it really difficult to maintain the ball. Oh, what a shot that was. Good no call. Fast throw. Well backed up by their mid-on fielder. It's nice that I'm getting photographed by Richard. Thanks, Richard.
Here's the boss himself.
Yeah.
Are you saying good things or not?
Oh, absolutely. I've been trying to get the game really well. So we are honored by the presence of Richard from Tup Kartal Training, one of our proud sponsors. I think he brings a lot of good luck with James. Did you drive him today?
Sorry?
Did you drive him today?
No, not today. No, was too risky to get him in the sidecar today. Maybe
Helberg
after
runs
the-
in out. Another outswing, well left. Is it going to be called on wide? I think it's just slightly difficult between those decisions when sometimes it has to be made. I think earlier on this over, something similar was called a wide. That was a very good delivery. Well played by James, but it was top-notch bowling from Helberg for sure. See, the electronic scoreboards have stopped working. So, yeah, it's end of the over. Vive has scored 38 runs for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 12 overs. You can watch the game live on YouTube, and thanks to Frogbox in making sure that we are able to get our games live streamed, makes a lot more memories for us. I see the Vive campus a bit more relaxed now after the loss of their initial 2 wickets. I've understood that it's been 12 overs and there is a change in bowling. Yeah, there's a new bowler coming right arm over. So they have stopped Iftikhar. There's a lot of input that's coming from outside. More saying that the bowler can skid the ball in. It's really quick the moment he hits the head. Let's see how he goes. Right arm over the wicket. First ball down the leg again. Oh, that should have been a single any day. But on the contrary, the wides are continuing to flow. 20 extras in the first 12 overs. I think at the end of the first innings, if they go look back at the scorecard, they would probably be very disappointed looking at the number of extras that they've given in the initial spell. It's a bit of an awkward auction, so you'll have to take a bit more time to understand what he could do. Looks like somebody who can be quick at some point in time. Also, the wetness on the grasses are getting onto the surface. The field is spread now. There are no more slips in action. They've got a deep mid wicket. They've got a third man still and a fine leg. Was definitely missing the leg stump. It was ball down the leg. Smart of the bowler not on peel. Signal leg by. They've got a square leg, a deep mid wicket. Is one fielder outside the circle. Deep fine leg, deep third man. And we've got fielders on the edge of the circle. Again down the leg. Really well played by James. Understood there are two fielders wide enough. Drops one slow, gets the single, takes the opportunity to watch the bowler more. I like the way Abhishek was pushing his team to be seated in exactly the same positions. Just during the break, Hemanta was moving and he's now been asked to sit exactly the way he was. Some of the superstitious funny moments. It's very, very good bowling, but also completely change in action, moving way outside on the off stump line. Trying to get what he's doing. I've got the debutant with me, Eerste. Excited for the game today?
Yeah.
Your first game in the first team. We have saved you all the way to play you in the finals.
Yeah, I would be excited too much.
Yeah?
For our team, yeah.
It's got to be very exciting to see those 19-year-olds. We've got 3 19-year-olds in this game, or less than that. Oh, smart cricket. Smart cricket by Richard. I think in a couple of overs they would be easy to find out that if the bowler comes closer to the stumps, he wants to be closer to the stumps, and otherwise he's going to be outside. Super excited for James Ronsley, Ismatullah and Fayaz. What a bunch of talents. Not even 20, but they're probably going to bring it home. Yeah, came close to the stumps, banging it towards the stumps. But it's also a good thing that the bowler understands what he needs to do to move the ball from both sides. Is there going to be a change in bowling, or is Helberg going to be honoured to complete his quota? It's a bit of discussion on who could bowl. I think there's going to be a change in bowling. Probably would be seeing spin for the first time in action. A bit more understanding on where the fielding is going to be. Initially a long off position, but they've moved him to be mid off. Still have a wide third man. It's not even wide, it's like super wide. It's interesting to see why we have that fielder almost in right close to the backward point in a different angle. I think Banamasinghe is going to come into bowl. Exactly, as I doubted. Finally the fielder comes in. Shouldn't have been there for any different reasons. Now he comes more proper. A bit of a wide gully in play. They've realized the importance of their experienced bowler. Also somebody who played for Punjab. This has been his home ground a few years back. Played for top Klasse for Punjab and then moved to Hercules. Hercules have got an interesting combination. They used to play in Hof Klasse at some point in time. Had a couple of different years. Qualified to Eerste Klasse last year and now in the finals of Eerste Klasse already. They've got one slip. Banamasinghe eases in his run up. Really nice run up for a wide ball there. I think it's just warming up. I think they've bowled 4 bowlers so far except Helberg. All the other 3 bowlers started their first ball with a wide. Keeper is up, so there's not a lot of pace that we can expect. I think it was a bit of confusion for Sanjeev to call it or not. He started getting his hands and then decided that probably it didn't go that wide. Banamasinga runs in, tries to move the ball out. Was on the air, on the gap between point and backward. That's a boundary from Richard. First one for him. Lovely timing. Played back in across late, getting that boundary in.
Very good.
Probably a thinking catches were coming, but was right on the gap between both those fielders. Wasn't even a possibility for any one of them to be closer to that. I think that's how the batters would start to love to think before playing the next ball. They've got one fielder on the deep mid wicket still. That's the only fielder who is being positioned outside the circle. That was a very good movement. It almost started seeming like going down the leg, but then it kept on moving. I think it's the experience of Banamasinga which they are looking to capitalize on. Really good ball, well played Richard. Watches the ball like a hawk. I think Vive are definitely comfortable having to play this kind of a cricket for about like 3 or 4 runs an over for a little bit more while. They've got really good heavy hitters down the ranks to come, starting from Hemant, Fayaz, Ismat. The tank to hit big is definitely there. Oh, the umpire got distracted by a bunch of bees. Ashan doesn't give time to the batters usually. I mean, he just wants to run and get going. That was a really good way. He's trying to move the ball so much. You really look into the last couple of balls. The ball was almost flying down the leg, but then it moves towards the stumps. It's a massive skill. But if you really look into the way the batsmen have handled him, they played really late. Made sure they just want to nudge a couple of singles here and there and capitalized on that loose ball for a boundary already. I think it's more consistency that's needed. Had that boundary ball not been there, it would have been a fantastic over. For sure they're deprived of wickets. I think it's like about 15 overs already. It's going to be close to the stumps, on the leg stump, play really well. Could they push for it too? Oh, that was a really good running, pushing for 2 runs. It was amazing to see how they could do that. It was a really good call from Richard. Amazing response from James. They know it's been split between 2 of these fielders. Both are positioned way on the boundary lines. And the bowler has very little pace for the ball to carry towards them. And this is exactly what we should start seeing more. Get those singles and doubles. It's going to frustrate any opposition, for that say. It's nice. Quick dissection. The first ball that he bowled came closer to the stumps. And the ball was more towards the leg stump line. And as he was running in, he moved away from the stumps. And he kept it on the offside, and Richard was trying to play a cheeky one down the third man because he knows there are no fielders on that side. There's no slip, no gully, and he comes closer to the stumps now, and it's on the stumps as we see.
Well played, Richie.
I think in a couple of overs it's going to get dissected, and the moment he comes closer to the stumps and they're comfortable to hit him, they're just going to be on that arc. Thanks, Frank, for amazing photographs that you've been able to do for us.
Hey,
Appreciate all the efforts. I think Richard is more prepared for the ball that's going to come closer to the stumps now. Straight towards the mid-on. Got 50. Vive have got 50 runs. The first mark. It's not out for the 50.
Let's go. 50. 50 boys.
Well played, Richard. That was exactly what he was trying to do. There are no slip fielders. There are no gully fielders. That's 50 runs for Vive already. 51 for the loss of 2 wickets on the 15th over. We are really looking at 200 if it continues to go this way. Really good partnership that these guys have built. The time that James came in, it was 8 runs and 2 wickets. They've built like 43 runs already. Well played. Good tap, good single. Trying to get that faster one throw. Nice backup from Banamu Singh here, but those singles. There's a lot more cheering coming for the Vive camp the moment they've started scoring. I think 50 runs is coming at a really good pace the way it started. At the end of 15 overs, for the loss of 2 wickets, 52 runs, 22 extras, 18 wides, 2 no balls, 2 leg byes. I think there's a lot of words of advice coming from Karthik. He says there's 2 extras every over. All you guys need to do is just to put your head down and get those couple of singles, and then we're good.
Do you want something to drink, mate?
Anything, water, anything.
Tea or coffee or beer?
No beer, tea, please. Thank you so much, Richard. Appreciate it. Oh, was a good shot. Wasn't able to see how it was done, but it went towards the mid-wicket fielder. It's a good single. Banamu Singh runs in. Is he gonna move the ball again? And that's an amazing movement this dude has got. I would fall in love every single time for his bowling. I mean, I played him last year. The way that he can move the ball, and this is exactly when you need to have 2 slips. You had 2 slips all the while when the ball was not really doing that. But I think he should still get towards the off-stump line. He's trying to get that magic delivery. Oh, it was a really good running. That's an overthrow. Possibly another couple of runs. That was really good thing. That's an overthrow boundary. It was well stopped on the boundary line. I think that's what happens when you start putting pressure by running. If the ball is there for a single, and if you could make it a bit more easily, that's exactly what you got to do. And then you got that amazing overthrow. There's more pressure in the camp, and there's a bit of frustration that you could see from the bowler. He believes that it shouldn't have been a single in the first place. But amazing movement. For all his experience, the way he could move the ball from down the leg. Let's see what he could do now. Look at that movement. Wow. I think there needs to be a bit more backup for the bowler. I mean, he's been amazing. Had just one bad ball which went for a boundary, but otherwise I think the camp should act really fast more. Really well played by Richard. He's watching for that. Let's not do that unwanted throw is what he was signaling. The Sun Gods are going to come out and help more. Oh, that's another boundary. It's going to be that one of those balls, and that's a boundary that's leaked. You've got one of that delivery that he doesn't move but bangs in wide outside the off stump, and it goes back and across to the boundary. That's drinks called. At the end of 16 overs, Vive are 59 runs at the loss of 2 wickets. And it's a 50-run partnership between James and Richard. Thank you so much, Richard.
If you look at the game and look at the players and how the ball goes and how the bowler does act, fantastic to hear.
Back in the commentary box now. I'm joined by Richard. Thanks, Richard, for joining me.
You're welcome.
Amazing tea, appreciate it. So, spin in action after the first drinks break on the 17th over. I think they've started to realize that they need to have more bowling changes to be made. Probably it's because the last couple of overs the batters were getting really comfortable with what the bowlers were trying to bowl and they were able to read them earlier on. I think the way the first couple of overs started at the end of drinks break, I would probably say this session would be called in favour of Vive a little bit. Despite the loss of 2 wickets, they've piled up close to 60 runs. A couple of close run-out chances which was missed. Overthrows flooding in over the end. I was nowhere close to the batsman. I was pretty visible from the end that I'm sitting, just behind the keeper. But I like the way the pressure was put on the umpire. Well, they know that it didn't. That's why there's no excitement for why it wasn't. But that's also the pressure that a pro player puts on the opposition. They would like to sneak in every single opportunity that they could get. Fantastic umpiring. Lovely bowling as well. He's trying to be on the mark. He's trying to read what the batsmen do. Quick single. I think this is going to frustrate a bit more from the captain, who is also the keeper, because these are singles that can't exist in the first place. If you've got fielders really close in, but they got to be active. They got to start watching, anticipate the ball coming to them, move in with the bowler. Richard is a pretty good player of the spin. He understands that.
Yeah.
Well, I think the wicket does act a bit weird in terms of where the ball pitches. Was a good piece of advice again coming from Karthik. He says play on the front foot. This is an end where you play on the front foot for the spinners, especially when the wicket does a bit of a bounce invariably. It's going to be interesting. Is there going to be another bowling change? Oh, they've switched ends for Sadat. Oh, there's a good question in our family group from Grant. Anybody knows what is the par score for Punjab wicket with the ball swinging and hazy conditions? It's probably looking at an AI to answer that, because it's predominantly what is happening right now. And I like the way Arun Haridas has answered it. Whatever we score today will be the par score for the game. Amazing stuff. So that comes from a different end. He's probably trying to get use of the bounce in a different way. It's been pretty common. As he runs close into the stumps, ball is more close towards the stumps. But if I am him, I would probably try to stay away from the stump mark and keep bowling consistently in the outside, because your outside field is packed. You've got a backward point, cover, short cover, and you also have a mid-off. That's exactly what you should continue to do. I mean, like, start building that pressure more. Make sure you could be consistent over there for a few more balls. Try to get something out. That was an amazing picture. Thanks, Richard, for clicking me and posting. Siddharth runs in and he stops. I mean, if you really pay a bit more attention towards the running area on this end, there's a lot of rough patches which has been created by the bowler's mark of running throughout the season. So it could be slightly different for somebody who doesn't have really good seamless running between. Well played. I think they probably brought in the spinner from the other end because of the bounce that he can vary towards this end, which is forcing Siddharth to bowl on the other side. So really packed outside the off-stump field. Like the way James is taking time. He has understood that the bowler is coming from a different end. It's not necessarily going to be the same as what it was on that side. On the VRA game though, on the other side, at the loss of 7 wickets, they've scored 153 runs for 32 overs. It's the last 8 overs that they're trying to pile in.
Great shot.
Good defense, a good call of note. It's 157 runs in that game. Wow, was a peach of a delivery that came in. I think the break helped. It was a really wise decision of bringing the bowler from the other end. It was a slight bit of a movement, just missed, clipping the top of the stumps.
Well done, James.
It was a really good ball from Siddharth. That's a wicket that Hercules would be hoping for, and they've been wanting a wicket for a while after the first 2 wickets that fell on the initial overs. I think Siddharth has done a really good job by getting James out at this point in time, which means Vive have lost 3 wickets for the 60-run mark, and that also brings in the left-hander into the crease. He was doing really good by watching the bowler so close because of the change of the end. But that ball did move a touch bit. I think ideally Vive would be looking to play another 15-16 overs, score like about another 50-60 runs. 120 for 30-35 overs is what they would ideally be looking at, because then the remaining 15 overs is when they would try and explode. It's always difficult for a new batter in this wicket. I think there's a lot of instructions and advices that's coming from Richard in terms of what he could hope for. Morley is very sensible. He's been watching the game like an hawk from ball 1 to try and get as much as he can get. I think as a spinner, he has got really good idea of where he wants to land his ball. And having played the home games with untouched extra bounds in Vive, you will have to be a bit more patient in today's game and in the way areas it is landing. Also, it's just that they've lost a wicket now, so they will be trying to rebuild, probably for another few overs. I think Richard has really played the anchor role well today. Opened the batting. It's been like about 18 overs now. He's got really good patience. Can't be an out again. It did not hit anywhere close to the bat. I really like what Siddharth does. The quick appeal is something that he definitely puts pressure on the umpires, but also he understands that it is not, so he doesn't really go ahead and creates a fuss about it and making sure that there's an appeal. He understands it. Funny side of how cricket is played. But also, that's the second time that Richard has played that kind of a shot there. Good call, good thinking. I understand the reason why he wanted to be outside the strike, but it's also going to be something that he's going to do a bit more. Grind it down, stay there a bit low. They've also purposefully left the mid-wicket area open because they want the batter to play across. They want the batter to kind of sweep or try to get some runs towards that area. It's an excellent over. It's a maiden. I think the wicket of James have put in really good excitement in the camp of Hercules. They pumped up more. They're trying to get more good deliveries than the past, but also the introduction of the spinner. Something that I thought that they should have done right about in the 12 over mark, but they still wanted to go for a bit of a movement with Banmasinghe on one end and Sadat on the other end. So first time a left-hander is in action in this game. It's interesting to see the number of changes that the field will have to go through, but it's still a packed outside the off-stump field with a wide gully. I'm hoping for the bowler to move the ball outside for the left-hander. This one didn't have that much of a movement. He got the length right on the first ball itself. Tried to bang it shot. Was a really quick single. That's something that Murli always wants to happen. That's what he does. He really likes to get those quick singles. That's something that makes him feel comfortable initially. These guys have batted together really well in various different formats, not just for their first team. They understand that it's a big wicket, this one. If they want to get it, they're all really focused on Richard because they know that he's trying to get that innings together. That's down the leg, wide. I was hoping for Karthik to be padded up, but he's way more relaxed. He's got full confidence on the batters on the crease right now. He hopes that they would continue for a bit more longer run. That's exactly what we want as well. Sadat has been really bowling good from this end, except that one extra that he's bowled has been on target to the stumps. It's more like hit or miss, but also they don't have long on or long off. They are inviting the batters to go, especially Richard. They want them to go hard on the bowlers, which might create some opportunities. He hasn't accepted the invitation so far. He's more patient. He understands that the wicket has just fallen and he has to continue to do that. Or some local language coming from Richard towards Murli. It should have been a single man, just run. He quickly puts his hand up to say, alright, next time. As I said, these guys have played a lot of cricket together as well. So the moment they get a bit more comfortable with the wicket and with the field positions, he wants one to come outside. So well played. Could he make it too? Could he make it too? That was doublet on the first call. Richard really runs in hard. That was good, 2 runs. The moment it left the bat, Richard's call was doublet. So it's fantastic. Proper game sense, knows where his fielders are. I think they've only bowled 1 wide after the drinks break. And it's also the introduction of the spinner, who is way more consistent. But I still don't understand why there's a wideish third man, that are too wide for this kind of a bowler. That bounced way in front of the wicketkeeper. It did hit his bat from the sound that I was able to spot, but was nowhere catching opportunity. It's something to really look into the field positions, because the bowler has been consistent. He's hitting close to the stumps, and having a wide third man that is that wide is, again, probably not something in the best interest of what you could do for the game. I don't think it creates enough doubts on the batter's mind either. But also the fielder runs all the way. He is being the wide third man in one end and is also being the wide third man on another end. He's probably making a stroll of 100 meters every single over. They've got like 2 square legs now. Oh, they've understood it's a left-hander on strike, so probably instead of third man, he now becomes kind of the backward point fielder. Just doesn't understand why he is on backward point, and there's a quick change pulling him to be a short third man position now. I'm sure there's a good reason why they move him from third man to third man. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. Lovely six. Proper timing from Murli. Just didn't take any time to settle in. Saw the ball coming in short despite the fielder being there. Just took it on him. And that's the first 6 of the innings. I think he would have probably now quickly realized that there is a fielder there, straight exactly as where the ball went. So he's probably going to play it different now. That was a good confidence though. He was sure that he's going to hit it for a 6 the moment the ball was shot. He's asking the umpire if the stumps are good. Nice gesture from the keeper, also the captain. I think the spinner has bowled really well so far. This is the first boundary that he has given, but otherwise he has hardly given any runs. He's probably given like 9 runs in these 3 overs that he has bowled. Builds really good pressure on the opposition. Again, towards the stumps, too full. Really well played. Now I know why he's the third man fielder. Tries to chase down. Should have been stopped for something within the circle for sure. Anticipation again, moving with the ball, trying to know what it is. It was really played well by Murli for a good couple runs.
Yes, Naveen is near me because he's giving the commentary of on the game now. But do you have a question? I'll come passing through to you. Hold on. You want 2 more players, yes? Okay.
Well played, well, soft. It's got good 8 runs this over.
We want 2 more players for the Sumi tomorrow.
Yannick. I'll take this upon the lunch break and I'll find it. It can be sorted, don't worry. Yeah? All right, buddy. Yeah, take care. Bye. So that's 72 runs for loss of 3 wickets at the end of 21 overs. Sadat continues to bowl.
Run, boys! Run, boys!
This is going to be suicidal soonish. That was the worst throw of the game today. I had no idea how that could be a throw that a bowler could have done for something. This is the second time that there's a running mix-up between Richard and another player. But there was not a loud call. It was too rushed in. You don't really put a batter in that situation. I think Murli has to get a bit more understanding of it and have a bit more discussions around there. But that throw was completely unnecessary from the bowler. He should have just gone under arm. Probably would have saved a run, worst case. And they've done it twice. 2 easy runouts missed. But only time will say if that's going to be favouring the opposition or not. I think Richard is going to take a deep breath and start focusing in the ball. Really good stance. After the first spell, I think Richard's bat has been really positioned proper now towards more on the gully side. He looks forward to play the ball on the off stump, waits for it. and in the mix of things, it was a white ball. And on the VRA 3 game in the Overkang's Klasse for QV 3, VRA are all out for 163 runs. I was not supposed to be a run. It was a really late reaction from. Murli. Wasn't expecting for that to be a run. I think there's going to be a bit more discussions between them. They got to have like soft taps, trust each other more. I think it's an amazing scorecard. 163 runs all out is what VRA are. Naveen Sani has bowled just 4 overs for 22 runs. I've got 4 wickets. Pick of the bowlers there. Murli is facing Siddharth. Properly played. The ball was down the leg, cruising towards the deep square leg fielder for an easy single. Was a pitch of there where he kind of does it a couple of times every over. Good bowling by Siddharth. He has the knack of doing that. Good that it missed the stumps, but also really covered. Good proper focus play from Richard over there. Siddharth would try to probably get the same delivery again. Well played by Richard. Finds the gap there. Also a reason why I said you don't need that wide third man there for this particular bowler. I mean, it's probably on the other side. I think there's a reason why they put him really wide and really back, because if he's going to be in the circle, it would probably be 2 runs, and maybe that's what they want to avoid. They want to put the fielder so back so that it's easy for him to make it a single instead of a 2. Well played. Really nice footwork coming forward. Proper defense. A good pose at the end of the over. We've got Bart Cruson, the competition leader, sitting along with the QV teams, watching the game closely. He's been kind enough to spend his day at the amazing final of the Eerste Klasse today. It's also a good golden trophy at the end of the game for one of these teams. Spinner in action is. What was down the leg? I think it's being very effective for the right-handers. It's also because you'll have to play more forward. You can't be stuck. You can't come backward. You'll have to bend down more, play on the forward, try to get some sweeps. It's more like getting the singles. What's good to see is that he's putting back Murli on strike, considering they've got like 8 or 9 runs. Last over. There's been a bit of a shout to ask if the players would need some water down there. I think you spin it down there. You still have the deep mid wicket, trying to bowl that one shot ball. Now it should have been called a no ball or a dead ball. The fielder from the deep was moving in as the bowler was just about to deliver to be inside the circle. The square-like field umpire was noticing it. And this gets tricky, especially fielder moving 5 paces from all the way in. Well played. That was a really good bowling. 2 more balls to go. That's going to be slightly difficult for the straight umpire to keep a look at movement of the fielders in play. Oh, it's an easy single. That's exactly what they would be looking to do. That's probably like 23rd over. I could already hear some frustrations coming from the camp. They're like, just throw the ball, mate. It's 23 overs, 80 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. So we're probably going to look at adding another 50 runs or so in the remaining 12 to 15 overs. So 35, 37 overs, about like 140, 150 would be ideal for the big explorers to come and explore at that point in time. We got good company from Concordia, our fanboys Char and Tiggy. Thanks for coming all the way, being of support for Vive. We've also had Brito Anthony all the way from Almira. We're hopefully going to have more support come down on the second half. And Sadat has been bowling really well in this end. It was a good move from the captain to move him from the other end to here. It's coming around. Why? Was bowling really well over the wicket towards the left-hander, also for the right-hander. Was hitting those hard lanes where the ball could move, and that's how he got James Ronsley's wicket. It's kind of an interesting move that he has decided to go around the wicket. But it's kind of seamless in the way he runs from around the wicket. That's also because there's no rough patch there. So he understands he can just confidently run towards the mark. He had a bit of a struggle on this side. Was a really good ball, but there's no fielder's position for it. Outside edge, goes for a boundary. They had a wide third man all the while for the right-hander, but the moment he went around and the left-hander's on strike, they forgot to move the fielder, and he goes still wide leg side. But that's 4 runs, easily 4 runs. Soluma. Hello. Soluma. நீங்கள் போகிறது தான் பெட்டரு. ஆனால் அடுத்த வாரம் செவ்வாய்க்கிழமை வரைக்கும் ஆஃபர் இருக்குது. இன்றைக்கி வரமாட்டேன் நான். அதே பதில் தானம்மா. அங்கிள் ஆஃபர் அடுத்த செவ்வாய்க்கிழமை வரைக்கும் இருக்குது அங்கிள். ஆனால் இன்றைக்கி நான் கடை மூடுறதுக்குள்ளே வரமாட்டேன் அங்கிள். ஏன்னா மேட்ச்சு எப்படியும் 7-8 மணி ஆகிடும். சரிங்க அங்கிள். ஓகேங்க அங்கிள். That's a lucky boundary already. So now they have a fielder straight there. Oh no, wasn't needed, but then that's nice. They've got a wicket. They've got really 4 fielders on the outside. That was not the shot to be done at that point in time, especially with the wickets not there. And for all the questions that I had on why does he bowl around the wicket after doing all that, the answer is right there. He got the stumps knocked. It's going to bring in Akash Arora in the middle order. So what's going to happen from now, from the Vive innings side, is also like aggressive stroke makers. So Richie is going to have to play the patience innings while others around him try to get those runs. So the 4th wicket goes down for 85 runs on the board in 24th over. We have half the game left, but also we have another 6 wickets to bat down. I think there's a bit of a discussion between the captain in terms of like why was that choice made, considering the situation. I mean, had he connected that one, it would have been a boundary easily. He was playing the aggressive one, if you really see as well, so it's okay. Morley played 16 balls, scored 15 runs, 1 boundary, 1 6, strike rate of 93. And that brings in Akash Arora in strike. Siddharth has got 2 wickets. He's got really nice. He's picked the scalp of James Ronsley couple of overs before, and now Morley. So proper credits to Sultan in making sure that he has brought him from the other end to get those scalps done properly. It's just a 6th over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 2 wickets, 6 wides. Shot from Akash, proper on the gap. Doesn't matter where your fielders are on the boundary, it goes to the ropes in a blitzkrieg moment. I think in the past these were the balls that were probably going for singles, and Akash comes with his blaze. You could see more of these if you're going to bowl in that area. Akash would get that boundary even if you put 7 fielders down there. Classic offside batter who can pick the gaps. But that's the concern that I've been exhibiting from ball 1. 27 extras, 23 wides, which means 2/3 or 1/3 of the run has come only on extras. The conditions were slightly difficult, yes, in the morning when it started with overcast, so it still doesn't warrant it 23 wides in 24 overs. Really well played by Richard. So again an unwanted throw. I think it's going to be a good stare by the keeper captain towards the fielder. Or what were you expecting me to do, man? He's just making sure, like, don't break my hands. I still got to bat. I think that's no reason to get frustrated. They've got wickets in regular intervals after that. So all they need to do is to just take it calm. But also Richard has been batting from ball 1. So I understand why it puts that. It's definitely pitching down the leg. It's pitching definitely down the leg. Yes, that's the answer that the umpire has given as well. It was really good bowling, tossed up, inviting the batter to do it. It's more of sweep shots. We're not seeing those sweeps coming along still. Again, tossed up on the offside, really well timed. Another throw on the side, like doesn't work. Was proper. Out of all the other run-out appeals and chances that they have been granted, this one is good. I think Iftikhar somehow wants the wicket of Richard for sure. You could see that in the way that now called for a skid for the drink to be brought on the other side of the ground. The straight umpire wants the wickets to be done again properly. Proper thumbs up. Was really planned well. Misfield by Siddharth. Could have been a run out on suicide, but that wasn't the case. Really good bowling. Really good bowling. Tossed it out, really out. Knows that Richard likes to play that stroke. Had the fielder in place appropriately for one that can't be timed so good. Shouldn't have been a single any day. It was like a misfield. But let's see if he would be willing to do that same thing with Akash. Is assured that that's not the case. Richard has been running really good. Spotted that it's between the gap of these two fielders. I have a good follower for Team 3 game in terms of Bala. Appreciating Naveen Sunny for his amazing over. 22 runs, 4 wickets that he got in the other Overkang's Klasse game. Made sure that the opposition weren't anywhere cruising. 163 runs all out is what VRA are. It's going to be a bit of a good lunch, and Vive would be all blazing to chase that, hopefully. And in this game, there's a bit of yes-no calls for the last few overs. That being said, Richard has been really anchoring well. He's played 67 balls, scored 25 runs. He's got 2 boundaries, strike rate of just over 37. But he has been anchoring the innings so well. 91 runs at the end of 25 overs. I think for the next 25 overs, we'll probably be looking at 128 runs at least. We need to get like 200, 210. Was again a good throw, but probably hit the bowler more. That was a really good thing. Like, why do you have to do that? I mean, there's so many people backing up. What do you want me to do from Ifti? And they only have one bit frustrated fielder, which is still a good sign. We got one on the deep point, still a wide third man, and deep mid wicket, but more towards the square leg area. 3 fielders on the boundary lines. Fantastic shot by Akash. Exactly why Hellberg was positioned there to make it a single. Good learning from Sadat from what happened in the last over. Tries to bowl the ball a little bit more on the length. Tries to bring the fielder in play to get it as a single and not a boundary. That's lovely singles. It's never easy to cut those singles because you're positioned on the edge of the circle. It's a really soft shot from the bat. Keeper wants the fielders to come up. He's trying to pull them in. Oh, that was a good stroke from Akash. It was a full toss. Played sensible, straight towards the mid-off fielder. Sadat is probably in his 7th over. There's 3 more to go, but he's been pick of the bowlers. 7 overs, 1 maiden, just 28 runs, 2 wickets, just 6 extras. Well, Hellberg would be the pick of the bowlers because he's only given 9 runs and 5 extras and still got 1 wicket. It was an amazing stroke. Was that going to be a boundary cruising in? Yes, the fielder had no chance there. He was positioned properly, but Akash, as I said, you put 7 fielders down there, he'll still find the gap. And my man, he has got another boundary. So he quickly understood the length was pulled back and he has a fielder there in the previous single that he got, and he made sure that he could pick the other side of it. Akash in no time has gone to like 10 runs and 2 boundaries as well. Let's see if Sadat is going to be able to get closer to the stumps. Still outside of the stumps, between the gaps. Are they going to make it 2? It's a really good call. Richard was not interested in making it a 2, which is okay. Probably because of the throw that the fielder had. He's got a really good arm. He could have probably gone on the other end as well. But also it's the last ball of the over, so he wants Akash to get more of those strike. Yeah, that's a very good advice. Keep watching the bat because that's what you do to stop those singles. But I like the way some conversations happening finally towards the gully cordon. Spinner comes in action. Akash would love to place. Oh, I was down the line. I was like, quick single. Is it going to be hit? Throw towards that line. Probably an overthrow. No, it was really backed up well. Is that a wide ball? It is called wide. 100 runs up for Vive.
100! Woo!
Punch from the back foot. 100 runs in 25 overs. That's close to 4 runs on the economy side. Probably need at least another 100, 110 runs more. That was an invitation offered by the spinner for Richard to go up, especially having the long on fielder right for that. Richard did try and take the invitation, but probably not timing it appropriate. But that's good intention. Good to see that the runs are coming to flow in. Batsmen are looking forward to do that. I like the way Richard really reads the bowler. There was one tossed up the previous ball. He wanted to step out and he was fully prepared that there's going to be a quicker one that's going to be slid in. Was prepared to get that single on the other side. The spinner is really content in terms of what he tries to do. Was straight to the fielder.
Good running, boys.
Hudson missed field again. But if you start really looking into the way things have been, there's just one weak spot that we could find towards the square leg third man. Fielder has had a bad day today, wherever you have positioned him. There's a bit more pressure. They get frustrated for every single runs, which means they're probably thinking that we've already scored more than what should be on that point in time, which means there's a lot of mind games playing ahead. I could see the camp really not being happy about the 100 coming too soon, maybe. I'm expecting the bowler to toss one up. He did. Proper play. Didn't want to take the invitation this time. That's a good over bowled. Are they going to finish that, or are they going to bring in one of their prime bowlers? Because it's predominantly runs leaking, about 4-5 every over. Really good batting. 102 runs at the end of 27 overs for 4 wickets. And there's a bowler change in play. So we've had a deep mid wicket. Still a wide third man. I think somebody should watch. The ball can't be bounced that well before bowler tries to bowl. It should be on the full. Got Hellberg point on the deep point, so there's like 3 fielders positioned outside. They're allowed to have one more, but also not needed. Well, that's a good choice. Was a really good ball. I think top bowling from Ahmed there. If you're looking at promoting yourself from Eerste Klasse to Hoofd Klasse, I think the fielding standard should be a little bit more up. You've got one fielder who is predominantly moving from third man to third man and hasn't had a great day, but also a couple of run-out opportunities missed, overthrows. I think these are on point, something for you to start looking at. End of the game, end of the season, and review depending on wherever you get. Also the number of extras. I think they've had a really fair share of extras. Really like the run up Ahmed has got. Eases in. Really holds nice. Finds the length proper. I really like what Akash is doing, because these are balls that are being bowled on his strength, but he still wants to wait and watch, because he's a new bowler coming from this end. But pretty much they're bowling towards the strength of Akash. He would drive one towards mid-off or towards the extra cover region shortly. As I said, probably played on the back foot. Hellberg was really quick. Even before the fielders in the circle could go around, Hellberg runs all the way from deep, takes it. And that's what happens when you're 19, 20. You've got fresh legs, you're in the game, you're more focused, you want to do that. I would definitely take pride in putting us in that spot. We've got 3 of them in the camp today. So it's going to be interesting to see how good fielding is going to be on this side. That ball kept low. Really watchful, played well. Good backup on Iftikhar. Nice throw. Also, I should appreciate the way umpiring have been done by Sanjeev and Santosh. They've been on point in making the wicket decisions. It's never easy. It's the pressure of the finals when you umpire. Good over from Hasan Ahmed so far. Tried to slash it, then got an inside edge. Good over from Aslan. But that also means that they've stopped Sadat. He has had a good run, but they've stopped him because that's the right thing to do as well. Gave a couple of boundaries towards the end. 7 overs. He's bowled 1 maiden, 33 runs, 2 wickets, just 6 wides. Thanks, Richard.
You want something else?
Same tea. I don't know what they've got. Anything is fine. Whatever you like.
Alright, okay, but no veggie or whatever,
No, nothing like.
Okay,
Thank you so much, Richard. Appreciate it. And Richard is taking really good care of me. Is making sure that I've got like warm drinks for this weather and something to eat always. Love the view. I think I probably have the best seat in the ground to go ahead and commentate and really observe the game so close by. While I'm able to sneak in a little bit to try and see what happens in the Ofakang's Klasse game on the other side. It's still lunch there. 28 overs, 103 runs for the loss of 4 wickets, and they're bringing Banamsinghe back. Probably the conditions still suit him. Let's see if he's able to move the ball. Eases into the run-up. Really good movement. I'm a fan of this guy. This guy really knows when to move the ball and how much to move. So classy. That would be really good to see what happens when, I mean, he did got hit for like a couple of boundaries the last time around. When he started not doing that and hit it, he did the same thing. So if you see the first ball, he was moving, and then now he hits the deck hard. Appreciate it. I think if I'm him, I would stop hitting the deck hard and rather just more focus on the movement, because those are like dot balls and they're precious. Every time he hits the deck hard, it's easier for the batsman to play that. Really good soft hands. He knows that the fielders are close in. He doesn't want to go really back. He doesn't really want to go hard on it. I see Hercules camp has got more supporters coming in. They're really pumped up for the final game. Really good bowling, good keeping, good bowling. 2 more things to go. I think that's the tight thing that Banamsinghe adds in. He's probably going to try and see if he can bowl more dot balls, get something, and invite the batsman to make an error out there. Was a good shot straight. Is it going to be a catch? Mistimed. Oh, it was a drop. It should have been taken. That's exactly what I was saying. The way Banamsinghe is moving the ball, it starts somewhere in the middle or on the leg and it keeps moving out. So when you try to hit him straight, you're still trying to play across, and that's why there was one of those leading edges that comes in. So he also doesn't give you the room to step out because the keeper is standing up. Technically, the fielder should have done a better job. If they should have taken that catch, there was enough time on the air to have done that. But as QV fan, I will take it. Again, look at that movement that he has done. Really good movement, really on point. Deserved that wicket, but hard lad, he will come back. He has played this game so long enough with his experience. Didn't show any sort of discontent towards the players when that happened. Something that I was really observing from the start of the game is the fielding. It has to step up a little bit more at this level, and if especially you want to play half Klasse with a win here, which means that everything is at stake, every single catches, every single fielding that you do. There's a bit of discussion between Iftikhar and Aslan in terms of who should have called and who should have gone. It's important to go ahead and stay in the game now and be calm and try to execute the next ball. There's a bit of previous ones that's running. It's going to be interesting to see how Aslan reacts. Really good bowling. He understands that he could do that. He understands he's got that pace and that length. But the way Banimsinghe was bowling was amazing. Really good experience. Understands how to move the ball in his own ways. See the bowler Aslan is still a bit frustrated that there was a drop catch in the previous over. He's got a really good seamless run up. Nice one. Eases in towards the mark. He can pitch the ball at will as where he wants, and that's another run out opportunity missed. What was the keeper doing? Why was he not close to the stumps to collect that? It was definitely a good throw. Was closed in. Had the keeper been up, it could have probably been there. There's been plenty of yes/no calls in today's game from Vive side as well. As much as we've been talking about the fielding on the other side, the running between the wickets can't be this tricky. You gotta be really attentive, making the right calls, build that rapport. This is the final game that you're playing. Good bowling, good leave. I like the calmness. The sensibility is more from both batters and the bowler. The bowler wants to be consistent there. I really like the way Richard has calmed himself down, focused on every single ball. Amazing innings that this dude has played in the final of this game and under pressure. To have seen wickets lose on the other side and still retain that amount of focus is amazing to see. Played proper, good single. Richard slowly goes towards the 30 runs mark, strike rate of 34. I think the weather gods showed up a little bit more with the sun, but then they've decided to make it easy on me. Not really putting sun on top of me, but then it's overcast again. Typical Dutch weather. The season's last game for most of the teams. Was raining cats and dogs last night. That should have been a wide. Yes, it's called wide. I think between the way that Aslan bowls to both the batsmen, I think Akash would be more comfortable facing him because he gives that touch bit more width on the offside, and he's someone who wants that, who likes that. Richard is doing the right thing by making sure that he's playing the anchor. He wants him to bowl towards the third stump. The keeper consistently gives some instructions. And now that was bowled on the leg stump, trying to get out there. That's another thing from the square leg by signal by the umpires. Aslan towards Richard. Richard has faced him really nice shot. Good patience. iPhone charging cable, you know. iPhone charging cable. I think it's the end of 29 overs. 30 overs, 105 runs for 4 wickets, 20 more overs to go. Exciting 20 overs. If I'm going to put my bets on, I would probably be looking at least another 105 runs to come from another 20 overs. 200, 210 runs is what I would be probably hoping for the score. Would mentally put a bit more pressure on the side. Banimsinghe. I'm in love with the way that this guy can move the ball. Strike Striked hard. Fielder came in. That's an overthrow. I think Richard has played like 30 overs, so does struggle a bit in terms of focus for that. But also from a keeping standpoint, you should have been able to take them. It's never easy though, never easy keeping. Squatting for every single ball. Banami Singh moves again from a lovely leave by Richard. Like the respect that he puts in place. Charging cable for iPhone.
Yeah, this is a charging cable.
Ah, okay. I thought it's a headphone.
You have that one to charge, or
But that's not USB-C.
okay? So
Thank you. Lovely shot from Richard. A sweep was about to come. Really picked the bowler in play. What a lovely six towards the deep mid wicket. A lovely stroke. Nice sweep. Graciously walks into the mid 30s now. Really picked what the bowler was trying to do. I think that's exactly what QA would be trying to do from now on. They would probably be looking at 5-6 runs and over to get towards that 100-120 runs. Really played well. And the entire camp is now excited about. Oh, Richard is going on. Really good struck. And that's another catch that has been dropped for the second time. Richard really is trying to ante up, but he has played this shot for the second time. It's difficult for the fielder running backward. I would credit him for trying that. But at these standards and for the amount of time the ball was in air, should have been a catch. I think the fielder should start backing Banami Singh. He's trying really hard. He's trying to get that wicket. There's been a lot of calls towards Richard to reset, play down. They've now moved the fielder outside. Probably not the best choice. Now it's just on the edge of the circle. Banami Singh is still trying to move the ball. Good fielding. Probably yacht. Oh, that's another overthrow. I think the fielders should really start backing up their bowler and the captain. Throw should be towards the near all height, towards the keeper. Make it easy for him to take. And the keeper should make it really looking nice and easy for the rest of them. I think they're just taking way too much pressure on them. I was wrong in calling Iftikhar was dropping it. It was probably Asnal Ahmed who dropped that catch. At the end of 30 overs, we were 108. I'm still waiting for this over to get updated. 38 runs of 89 balls with 2 boundaries and 1 6 at a strike rate of 42.7. Amazing batting from Richard. True potential who came to us 3 years before with the passion in him, in the best seat possible for me to watch him bat. Lovely single there. 118 runs at the end of 31 overs. It would be nice if I could get the projected scores, but my understanding is that we're looking at 220, 230. There's a lot of batting to come. It's very important that this bat takes it long. Really good batting from Akash. They've understood that this is the last 4 balls before drinks being called in. I see finally some chirping from the inner circle cordon. I would have expected more of those to happen from the beginning. The slip cordon was really quiet at the start as well, and then the inner circle. 3 fielders on the boundary lines. Should be called a wide. And yes, it is. I've been interested to having this conversation at the end of the game with Sanjeev a little bit on why is those wides taking a bit of time. I mean, it's like really good way of signaling. He just calls like wide, 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 wide. Probably wants to indicate how wide the ball was. Love the way that he's trying to keep himself engaged, being focused. Pull shot, kind of to the fielder, well fielded. I think they've moved one of the better fielders towards the square leg area. Really good shot from Akash there. Couple more balls to go before the drinks. I think it's been a pretty long lunch for the other game that Ofakangs is being played. 120 runs for 4 wickets, 31.5 overs bowled. Well played, Akash. Knows that there are not fielders anyways. Tries to get that single on that length. I really like the way that this pair has put so much pressure on the opposition. They've got boundaries almost every time it was required. They've been really good in taking those singles. Also, the field is really spread with gaps towards the strength of the batters. And it starts to show up there. The way those easy singles are being meted out, which means that there's a bit more homework that has to be done in terms of what each batters are comfortable, what lengths to bowl towards them. Aslan has been really doing well. Thank you so much.
Here you are.
Put it down.
And a fantastic kebab, man.
Thank
They
you
say
so much.
this kebab seems
the
to
best?
be fantastic, yes.
I've got the best kebab in the club, and it's time for drinks. Thanks, Richard, for helping me
welcome,
right
man.
on time for my kebab sandwich, just when it is drinks. Yeah?
What's the score?
121 and 32. It's really good. Slightly too short a break for me with my sandwiches.
Yeah!
Was an amazing fielding down there from deep point. Should have been a boundary. Very good stop. The way he threw himself, put his leg down there to stop that from a boundary to just 2 runs. They would need like really more of these. Somebody who could inspire them on the field and get things going down there. It was really a good shot from Akash to start with. Finding the gap appropriately. But I see the intent is really good with Vive. They're trying to get like 6 runs and over easily at this point in time. I think the moment Akash has come to this position and batting for the last few games, he's been exemplary. The way he's been able to get that runs, the way he got those winning runs in the last game against Eindhoven. There's a lot of support from the KNCB camp. Very excited for the way that these guys are able to bat on. Was on the slot for Akash to drive down. Spinner is really trying to keep it tight. I was in the gap between Gully and the point fielder. Is going to run towards the boundary. The ball slows down towards good slide on move, and that brought in 2 quick runs.
Good running, boys!
Exactly why they should pack that area. They should be looking for those wickets, being way more defensive there. But they've got like 5 runs this over. That's what KNCB needs. Yes, you were listening to Abhishek's voice where it said, runs are coming, just stay there, mate. Arslan would probably try and see if he could bring a breakthrough. That's something that they would love to have at this point in time. Really good focus from Richard. That brings him to 40 runs now. I think the drinks would have definitely helped them to regain a bit more strength. Commendable performance on finals day, Richard. The other side, Akash Arora has got 20 runs of 27 balls, a strike rate of 74. There's loads of batting left. That's what I'm super interested about. Firstly, Ismatullah, Hemanta, waiting for the likes to fire and open. It's going to be good to see another 7 more. I was looking at 120 at the end of 32-35 overs, but we're already past that. Was a good shot coming down the track, trying to get a single. No, that was a good one. Really good positive cricket from Akash. I'm sure there's a bit of an understanding of the game where the oppositions are already feeling that 126 is touch more. The moment the intent was Akash was shown, they've sent the fielders back. They've got long on, long off. Got deep mid and they've got a deep third. It's going to be... I'm just going to wait for a moment. Yeah, that was the right choice. Otherwise, it would have been a no ball. They've got 4 fielders now. Good call from the fielder on the long off to make that adjustment. I think it's a really good thing. They've started realizing that it's okay to give those singles instead of those boundaries. That's a really good coordinated effort. It was a good stop because the ball was started to run almost, and I was also seeing the square leg umpire was very much prepared to raise a no ball, but then they really stopped well. It was an awkward action on that ball. And that's a single already. It's between like three experienced fielders on the circle, and it just can't be single. They'll have to start backing up their bowlers more. I think they've now started sending the fielders again on the outfield to give singles for Akash. It's really not that out. I think there has to be a bit more control from the umpires in terms of the fielder movement. 4 fielders out. Now they're properly positioned and not a lot moving in the front. That was down the leg. That was down the leg. A really good call from Sanjeev Bhagat. Nice umpiring. The moment it was going down the leg, he understood it. Immediately nodded it was going down the leg. It's never easy to call these ones in split seconds. At the end of 34 overs, 128 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. For some reasons, I believe in the next 16 overs, they should be able to get at least another 90 to 100 runs, which means we're looking at 220 to 225, and that's a very competitive score. The moment the score is going to be like anywhere close to 220 and above, the opposition will have to start thinking about the run rates. They wouldn't be able to plan it so deep. The moment the score is above 200, they'll have to start ticking those runs, which means it gives the bowlers of Vive a really good chance to try and experiment a little bit and go for those wickets.
Nice shot.
It was really played well by Richard. Easy too. I think the throw was that fast. No, that can't be the case. I think there's a bit of frustration that Akash was giving. That can't be an out, and can't be an out from where I'm sitting. It's like so close to the stumps, and that can't be an wicket. This would have required a third umpire to go 5 times to give it as an out. But at the end of the day, that's how the game is played. I mean, the way the umpire saw it, he gave it. So, spirit of the cricket stays ahead. Karthik comes into bat. Well, it's definitely not easy being an umpire in the square leg position to call these tough ones. While from a commentator's view, because I'm so close to the stumps, it might be very easy for me to say that it isn't. From a square leg perspective, it's been called an out.
Good shot.
Really good punch on the back foot by Karthik. Took the time, and they're just going to take a single. I think Akash is a bit more frustrated. It's something that they need to get in control as well. You wouldn't be able to get that frustrated by the outside. You got to be accepting for the umpire's decisions. Oh, it's really touch and go. Now that I'm looking at the replay, it was a really close call. Wasn't that comfortably in, but probably it would have gone to the third umpire. It's very difficult to make that call from the naked eye for me looking at the screen. I totally trust that Sanjeev had made the best decision from the angle that he has been able to take a look at it.
Good running, boys. Clever.
I like the way they're calling it on the runouts. Really good sledging. Like that. That's out as far as I know. That's like 2 wickets in 2 overs. Really quick succession. I'm now running the wicket of Akash Arora in slow motion at 0.25 frames per second. Really good batting by Richard. Keep your heads high, mate. One of the fantastic innings that you could have played on the grand finale. Definitely would have loved for you to stay there more, but I'll take it on the chin. Lovely innings by Richard. Yeah, I mean, my views are my views. It's very difficult to be giving that out. But also, I've got all the resources to look at 0.25x frames. Knowing that he was in a little bit was a tough decision that was taken towards Akash, especially when he was prime form getting those runs. I understand why he feels hard, but also not the way to show this into the umpire. So we got to draw those lines really clear. But this means there are 2 new batters at the same time. We've got Karthik on strike. We've got Hemanta who has joined in. I think Hercules have really done a good job by bringing 2 wickets really in close intervals. But due credits for Richard. 41 runs, 94 balls, 2 boundaries, 1 6, 42 as the strike rate. Aslan Ahmed continues to bowl. And the weather got sharp. It's really warm now. Well played by Karthik. It's looking to play it really straight. I think Aslan would try to bowl a few more tighter overs. He's bowled 4 overs, just given 9 runs. Have bowled 2 wides. There's also Helberg, who's got 4 more overs left. Karthik was trying to get that single. It was a really good call not to. Suddenly 130 runs, 6 wickets have fallen. It was just 4 wickets a couple of overs before, looking very comfortable. But that's how the game is. It could really change quickly on either sides, and that's the skill, and that's exactly why temperaments play a longer stand in terms of having those 50-over games. What a really good shot, but straight to the fielder. He was positioned for that. We're losing wickets in clusters there. Losing wickets in clusters there. I was just about to say that Karthik has got this temperament. As I was indicating about the temperament of the game, you saw 1 wicket falling, another one going for somebody who has played really long game, and then another one falling really in quick succession. The fielder was there. It is a short boundary, but the fielder was positioned exactly for that. So it's predominantly the game sense that comes into questioning at some point. But losing 3 wickets in less than 2 overs has put us in a bit of a difficult spot. 130 for 7 from looking at 225 at the end of 50 overs, because we just lost 4 wickets in just a couple of overs before, to right now. But as I say that's how interesting the game is. We've got an young exciting talent. Fayaz firstly, he has made wonders so far. He's just 19 years old, has played really good cricket in Afghanistan, moved mountains and oceans to be in this country to form his livelihood. Cricket brings a lot of joy, and it brings a lot of joy for us to see him smile when he gets those big knocks. I'm sure the entire family of Vive is rooting for Fayaz to have one of his best days that he could on this grand finale. Let's see Aslan Ahmad firstly. First ball. Oh, that was an edge. Ball moved, leading edge, goes to a boundary. Not the best way to get that boundary, but he is going to take it. The score is going to read 1 ball 4 runs. Pretty much as how he is known for his batting. It was very difficult for the keeper to take that. He probably would have had no visibility until the ball had came anywhere closer to his mark. Really good bowling from Aslan. Shouldn't be really worried about that boundary. But also again, field change mistakes. They had a third man who was not converted into a third man when a left-hander came into strike, leading to another boundary in the same way. Firstly, that's a good mark, straight. I'm waiting for the call, and they've been calling it as a boundary from the spectators index. 2 balls, 2 boundaries. Well, this is expected, but also we were hoping for another good 6 or 7 overs before this carnage would have started. It's going to be a bit more discussions on how it is going to be. Like the cheer from James. Come on, brother, you got it, mate. Aslan, third ball to firstly. He goes again for that. But that's the way he's going to bat today. He is going to go for them. He's not going to leave any stones turned. He's probably going to try and get 3 or 4 every single ball. There's a bit of advice coming in terms of who should be bowling at this point in time, considering that the batsmen are trying to get those most runs possible. There's a bit of discussion on the Hercules camp in terms of trying to get the right bowler in action. And they've again moved Saket to the other end. Sadat to the other end. The other side, the VRA versus Vive game is pretty much having a really long lunch. Hoping for those scores to come out. Well played by Hemanta, first ball. I think the rest of the camp is now padded up. We've got Ismatullah padded up. We've got Suresh Miana padded up. But that was a really tough wicket for Akash. Feel pity for the batter there. But that's how the game works. Sometimes it goes in your way. Sometimes it just doesn't favor you. I was in a really good touch today though. Siddharth trying to bowl his 4th ball now towards right on the money, right on the stumps. Hemanta is trying to play one of those tricky roles where he really likes to go all in and hit the bowler, but not the rest situation. Firstly comes all the way trying to say something to is being pulled by the opponent players to say like it's just running in between. I think he's gonna bowl straight more. It's a good single. It's now it's not an overthrow. Really good call. Really good call by firstly in the opposite end to say that's not a single. I'm sure Hercules are pumped up. They've got 3 quick wickets. They now know that it's not going to be easy to get to the 200 mark. They got to start putting pressure. They've also brought sensibly Siddharth, but I kind of liked him when he was bowling on this end for some reasons. He was very effective. But he's also been the best bowler so far in terms of like wicket and accuracy. That's definitely down the leg. Hemanta is trying to get to the other end for that. Oh, trust me, I've seen Hemanta hit from humongous amount of sixes for the same balls that he has faced. So it could be a cracker of an innings that we could get. And as it's the last couple of balls, I could see the field being sent out already. The bowler really bangs it in hard. He tries to hit the deck hard, but the wicket doesn't have any bounce on it having to help him. But it does play a bit on the batter. It's not easy because you got to play it still on the front foot, play low. I'm interested for this battle. Aslan Ahmed versus Fayaz. 3 balls, 8 runs so far. 2 boundaries. One, in all due respect, should be credit for the bowler, but you still got it. But we still have a fine leg in play now. I think is that the position? You've got 3 fielders down the leg on the boundary ropes. It's a good piece of advice coming in. Don't bowl short. He can cut the ball as well. And they've got 1 on the fine leg. That's your 4 fielders, but they've got everybody on the boundary ropes. That is not what you want. You saw those fielders out there. You should have expected something on these aspects. But we're losing wickets like chicken. 8 down is going to now put in Suresh Miana into the batting. From a position of strength, the game has quickly changed in terms of the batting lineup so far. I see QV 3 scores are now updated. They've lost 4 wickets for just 18 runs. They've got LBW's ball, but it's good. Vinod Selam, Sendil and Vasant Segar, the captain, trying to rebuild it. There's plenty of batting to come there with Manjit and Sundar. But coming back to this game, at the end of 37 overs, they've lost 8 wickets for 138 runs. It's appalling to see that we have lost really like 4 wickets in span of 8 runs, which means the game is going to be a bit more defensive, unlike the excitement that I was trying to build on what was expected a few overs before. Suresh Mayana has been sent sensibly ahead for the 9th wicket to have a partnership with Hemanta. Aslan Ahmed comes in. Really good defense from Suresh. It's probably that's what is more expected from him. Going to take from a bit of a break on the commentary, about like 10 minutes, just to put some rest and come back really soon.
बहुत बढ़िया हाँ ऐसे ही बॉल काउंट करके हाँ बॉल काउंट करके बहुत अच्छा जा रहा है
It's nice to be back in the commentary box. Helberg towards Hemanta. A lot has happened from the time that I went, and that is being given out. And that's the end of it as I came to come in. So we take a break. It's going to be called lunch, and then we'll have the innings to resume in Vive's bowling. been a lovely first innings. Really good effort by Hercules. They have restricted QV at 156 runs at the end of 42 overs. At one point in time, QV were supposed to cruise around like 200 plus 220. But I think the wicket timely run out of Akash and then getting some quick successions really put Hercules in a good spot. I think what the bowlers have done their job. There's a little bit of fielding improvements that we spoke about during the first innings. But that said, they're going to chase 157 runs. So it's just over 3 runs an over, technically. So it's going to be really something that QV will have to bowl out of the skin to try and get that in mark. Hercules have decided to open with the captain, Siddharth, on one end. Waiting for the score to get updated in terms of who the other batter is. A left-hander taking strike. On the other end, QV have decided to open with spin. And they've got Abhishek Saxena, the captain of QV. So it's going to be captain versus captain on the first ball. Pretty packed offside field. They've got one slip in place. It's a bit of a cheer. We've got Santosh Jami, the previous vice captain, is on the field cheering. We've got really good people watching at it. Straight about it, I had to take a really big break after those 8 wickets. Feels good to be back. The sun gods have started blessing. It's pretty warm right now. I mean, it's completely on the other side. It's super warm. Abhishek comes first ball towards Siddharth. That was nice bowling. They've got like a square leg, kind of a short mid wicket. They also have a mid on, mid off. It's a really good. Abhishek is trying to move the ball really good. Abhishek is one of those consistent bowlers, both with spin and kind of medium pace in terms of the movement that he can do. Third ball coming along. Really good bowling and really good batting. I think Hercules does realize that it's 156 runs. Something that Vive has defended in the past with different teams, even against Hercules in their home game, I think. There's a bit of respect towards Abhishek. Really nice batting, really good patience from Siddharth, trying to respect those good deliveries. He's totally aware that the more time you spend in the middle, the game is towards you. Oh, that one really swung away. Probably should have been a second slip in place. Was slightly away from Rohit. So it's Saqib Sultan and Dan Fernando in the opening. Probably are looking to try and see to get a second slip in. Got a wide second slip. Most likely on a third slip field. Really good start. Vive have done the first over as a maiden. Really good, really good. There's going to be a quick change and we're hoping for somebody else to start from this end. Who is it going to be? Suresh Miana, it is going to be from the near end. I'd be hoping for really more chirps to come in. It's the left-hander and I'm sure Suresh loves bowling towards the left-handers. It was fantastic man of the match performance in the semi-finals against Eindhoven. Got 4 wickets there, really set up the QV team for success to play in the finals. Gian Fernando. He's got like a couple of markings done. He's probably getting his guard done for all the three stumps. Really like the cheer coming in. It's been like good pressure. Still a packed offside field. We've got three on the leg side still. Suresh Maina one towards Kaila Akash Arora. Suresh Maina has a really good target to keep it light. Now I understand why there's a need for that wideish third man for the pace that Suresh Maina bowls. Straight, that's a boundary. Classic cover drive from a left-hander's elegance. Runs through the boundary. Was leading edge towards the white third man. Goes towards Murli. Good throw. Gian Fernando was a really good shot that he started with. That's how I was the whole game. Is this okay? Where? Yeah, I'm just asking where, so I know exactly. No, it's okay, it's just call. obviously. I mean, like when it's not our league.
Looking good, Saki boy.
dan ga ik maandag ga ik nadenken over hoe deze wedstrijd, hoe en wanneer deze wedstrijd dan gespeeld gaat worden. En hoe dat dan met de finale gaat. Het kan zijn dat de finale nog een week uitstelt naar de 17e. En dat we volgende week de halve finale spelen, of dat we op zaterdag misschien de halve finale spelen en op zondag de finale, of misschien de halve finale en de finale op één dag. Dat zijn mogelijkheden. Dus daar gaan we even zo nadenken. Nou ja, kijk, de vakantie voor de regio Noord, waar ze toevallig die loopt dit weekend af. Dus er komen spelers, er zijn nog spelers bij. En zij hebben dus ook gezegd van ja, wij kunnen eigenlijk geen elftal opstellen.
Get that, boys!
Ja. Ja, daar zullen wij iets van moeten vinden. Maar ja. Ja. En ja, het is allemaal
Nice one, boys!
ik heb natuurlijk ook Roland Buizen en Arno Bender gesproken die namens ons behandeld hebben. En ja, daar was ook wel een bepaalde mate van irritatie bij. Die zeggen van ja, wij stoppen hier toch ook ongeveer in. Als er dan gewoon door heel de zaken gemanipuleerd wordt, dan ja, dan heb je geen blij gevoel bij. Ja, nou, dat begrijpen zij heel goed. Ja. Ja.
Come on, boys!
Ja, het is niet anders.
Ja.
Ja, weet je wel. We gaan zien wat het wordt.
Come on, boys! Waar is die? Waar moet hij? Erigla!
Goed zo.
Erigla, waar?
Oh, wat een lekker weer.
Nice one, Wesley! Go on, boys! Nice one, hey, boys!
Kijk op YouTube. Ik kan niet die microfoon praten. Gaat het niet. Microfoon praten, vooral doorgaan.
Stop, boys! Stop!
Controlebaar keep. ਉਹ ਭਰਾਵਾ ਤੂੰ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਕੀ ਦਾ ਆਟਾ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਣਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਦੱਸ ਦੇ ਤੇ Very nice ball. बात करेंगे बड़ा कम है यार बहुत कम पे है मैं
Ik hoor nog wel wat, ik hoor nog wel wat. Iets. Ja, ik hoor nog wat, ja, maar dat was de ene ook net uit. Ik hoor dat niks, maar hij gaat wel uit.
Ja, ik hoorde wel.
Nee, van die kant die uit werd gezongen.
Ja, het laatste weekend.
Nee, dat was de eerste week.
Oh, de eerste weekend, ja, die dat hoorde ik. Ja, ja oké, weet je, maar
Maar
ja,
we zitten op afstand, weet je, maar
kan gebeuren, hè.
dat kan gebeuren. Ja, tuurlijk.
Tweede weekend was wel.
Ja, ik hoorde wat, ik weet niet waarom, maar ik hoorde wel iets. Ik hoorde wel daar, maar ik weet niet wat het was. Ik hoorde wel, ik hoorde een geluid.
En het was heel wide, dus het kan niet zijn geweest dat hij zijn pet heeft gestrijkt of zo. Want wij speelden de crossback.
Ja, maar ik hoorde, dat was geluid. Dat was geluid. Dan hoorde ik daar dus ook nog.
Goede ervaring voor de Spijs.
Ja.
Het probleem was
De bal is afgeleden op
afgeleden.
dat is een beetje interpreteren. Weet je, als je de captain van speculatief goed, voor mij mag leren, maar niet onzinnige dingen, weet je. Dat is een implementatie van iedere aanval dat je appelleert. Want straks raakt hij, dan zegt een klein kindje, dan heb je zelf. Weet je, dat begrijpt ze niet, maar dat begrijpt ze. Dat is een probleem. Ja, dat is een probleem. Weet je, als je elke bal zit te appelleren,
Als je op inderdaad op elke bal op je knieën voor de
precies, dat moet je ook niet doen eigenlijk. Dan moet ik even daarvoor aangesproken worden. Als ik dat hier was, ik heb aangesproken, dan stop dan met je. Weet je, eigenlijk een jutje de toeschouwers zoeken op, hè, maar als buitenstanders denk je van, nou, het is uit, maar het wordt niet uitgegeven, snap je? En een jutje eigenlijk het publiek ook opgaat. Moet ze pauzeren, weet je, dan is het veel mistig als het. Maar je kijkt bij een ding, weet je.
Iedereen hetzelfde.
Nee, maar hij moet het doen, maar dat hij verder moet zijn terug. weet je. En die coach mag dan komen en gewoon drinken, hè. Niemand mag doen. En op Havis moet instappen en zeggen, luister goed terug, weet je.
En dan krijg je vervolgens gaat een aanvoerder die daarover praat. En dan weet je dat er hier zo'n piel komt.
Ja, daarom is het spannend, daarom is dat echt een hele mensen heel anders sfeer krijgen, Bart. Dus ook voor de finale, maar...
Ik observeer.
Dat is goed. Hey, stop boekje ook? Niet, stop boekje ook, of niet?
Ja, die is.
Ja, want ze hebben volgende week we hebben afscheid geweest. Ze belden mij of ze hebben gewoon onder die wedstrijden afscheid geregeld voor hem. 10 overs of zo, weet je wel.
Ja, 15 overs. Ja.
Oh, 15 overs, ja, precies. Oh, waar is dat?
Concussion test.
Cool. En die jongens, ik weet niet hoe een paar kennen die anderen, maar elkaar no-ball doen. Hoor ik ook niet bij hem. Dus no-ball, call en signal, weet je wel. Maar dan moeten we, technisch moeten we nog even wat ik heb zitten kijken. We moeten heel veel dingen leren.
Ja, maar als je, jij zit hier nou ook al bij een hele wedstrijd.
Ja, ik ga mezelf een paar dingen, ik heb heel veel dingen te observeren.
Ja, schrijf het nou op
Ja.
en stuur het naar Adriaan.
Oh, maar dan moet technisch wachten, want we hebben heel veel dingen ook, net ook, weet je, vriend gaf die, dus, weet je, dan geeft hij signaal, maar dan geeft hij vriend niet na tijd, weet je, dingen moeten gelijk gegeven worden. Dus no-ball, vriend, en dan, weet je, van balletje vragen, gaat hij heel uitleg zitten geven, en daarna zegt hij vriend, weet je, bepaalde dingen, ja, kleine dingen, cruciale dingen, die moeten wel goed zijn, want het hele technische dingen zijn heel zwakke dingen, heb ik gezien bij die anderen ook. Meestal zeg ik altijd weer, nou, ik zeg altijd van, daar moet je opletten, daarop moet je opletten. Dat doe ik ook, dat is ook bij, bij Stadief heb ik ook heel veel geleerd, en bij die hem zal ik ook doen. Want ik ken hem, die jongen niet, ik zie hem op theater, als ik zie vandaag en van de week een wedstrijd, voor de eerste wedstrijd gezien. Want zijn volwassen dingen zijn heel belangrijke dingen voor een paar.
Daarmee krijg je ook rust in de wedstrijd.
Ja.
Spelen inderdaad met free hit.
Ja, weet je, dat is wel goed gespeeld, wel goed geslagen. Maar zo kan je niet makkelijk 1, 2 doen wat hij doet, weet je wel. Nou ja, weet je, dat is free en dan kan je alles. Die wordt nooit uitgegeven als je alleen maar runnen, man. Nou, persoonlijk heb ik voor nu nog weinig winst gemaakt. Dat is 152 zo, 157. Is veel spijtig voor dit veld. Dit veld, hier moet je gewoon 265 maken voor het jong, een beetje terug verdedigen. Ik ken beide teams niet hoor, maar ik ken beide teams. Ik zie voor het eerst spelen beide teams. Dus, tevelgasten, maar dat is heel goed tevelgasten. Stel het ook niet, dan is het ook boven over je rechter, weet je wel. Die gaan winnen. Eindelijk komen ze weer. Ja, die coach heeft volgens mij goed. 119 voor 2. Ja, dat is er goed uitgekomen zo, joh. Zo, je hebt wel 30 over voor 100 runs, joh. Schijnt de coach goed te hebben, die ene coach heeft gewoon 7 runs gemaakt.
Ja, schijnt goed te zijn, die Bulgarië of zo.
Oké. Terug naar tijdje komt het ook een topklasse af. Salland eruit.
ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਦੇਖਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ
Wat hebben ze veld toernooi daar? Hebben ze toernooi over die veld of wat dan ook? Ja, oefenwedstrijden van voetballen. Dat hebben ze afgestemd. Ja. Ja, precies. Ja. Niet spelen op zaterdag. Dat is zonde, weet je wel. Ja. Maar het is ook nog finale wedstrijd. Probeer een beetje winst de badinkomsten te pakken. Ja, finale heel veel mensen. Ja, precies joh. En dit is echt niet zeggen spelers, een paar mensen. Heel veel mensen die van 10 uur. Er zijn meer van lokale mensen die nog niet zijn.
Take your time, guys. Take your time.
Ja, kijk, dat zijn een paar mensen. Klopt. Ja, dat je niet weet dat. Nou, weet je, het gaat om een hoofdklasse. Ik zou zeggen, het is omvangrijk wedstrijd. Ja, absoluut.
One of the oldest guys takes an injury. And then substitute too. Good, yes, good, yes. Yeah. Well, you did it last time in the semi-final. Yeah, good lead, hey, buddy.
Scoren wordt niet goed, joh. Scoren wordt erg niet, weet je. Moet je ook na laten kijken, want die mankement aan die geloof ik. Precies, ja, weet je, dat is juist, hij remt tegen van die andere batsman af, weet je wel. Lekker, ik kom er ook niet aan slaan, want hij je beter die wedstrijd zo snel mogelijk afmaakt. Dan ben je beter.
Ja, of in ieder geval wel met
Maar speel je spel, weet je. Je kan ook heel blok hebben, dan gaat een keertje uit en zegt ik shit, ik heb al een uur gestaan. Maar hij schijnt hard te kunnen slaan, heb ik gehoord. Maar ja, precies. Doorstoten, dan hebben ze niet slecht gedaan, vind ik. Ik doe het toch goed, ik weet niet, ik vind het niet zo precies. Zo, wat een spel. Ja, is joh. Complex hebben, dus hoeveel veld hebben ze waar dan? Als 10 keer zetten. Dat is zo.
Dat kunnen ze niet verheiden, misschien ook.
Nee, maar dat toch, als we een competitie speelden, dan is dat op zich gewoon mooi meegenomen. Dat is goed voor elkaar. Dat is goed voor elkaar.
Maar ze zijn ook nog bezig.
Ja, maar dat is slim, we kunnen het daar laten spelen, hoef je niet daarheen te komen. Jo, daar, netjes toch, dat was achterlijk rechts alleen maar goed meegenomen. Dat is netjes hoor, dat is alleen maar goed, alleen maar cricket ook goed waard. Goeie zaak, kennen we goede smak. Die zetten dat in. Kijk, want die spelen gewoon hetzelfde als bij Vive spelen. Oh, 63 over 5, dat wordt ook niks. Nou ja, dan moeten ze volgende week naar Mardik op zaterdag moeten ze maar... ja, als Mardik al speelt, hè, dan kan ik nog gaan spelen, want...
Nee, je weet niet. Kijk, ik heb al 5 keer voorspelling gedaan. Rive zou verliezen. Dat kwam iedere keer uit. Dus sta ik heb bijvoorbeeld ook, we waren bij TOC, dus sta ik op daar wordt van jou echt onrecht aan gebracht vandaag. Echt grote blunders van de umpire gaan gebeuren. Met Kastje ga je hier nou in, dus viel door de wikken. En dus Kastje wilde naar binnen gaan en toen zei die pijs van, kom Sakje, waar luister je naar? Ga gewoon zelf doen. Dus hij eerst het bal die komt, de blik daarvoor, alweer mee. Dus sinds die vraag heb ik Sakje op voorspellingen. Dus ik dacht, laat ik maar een beetje motivatie op aan zijn. Sakje, ik heb zo'n gevoel, jij wordt er mee. Ja, voor ons.
Nou ja, ik moet zeggen, hij zit er goed in. Hij zit wel behouden te spelen, dus jij kan wel vandaag gelijk hebben. Jij gooit, aan de andere kant, hij zit aan de andere kant, hij gooit niet, hij gooit. Kijk, weet je wel, ik zag af en toe gooit hij komt met de andere kant, hij gaat eruit, maar alles anders. Nee, dat tussendoor doet hij goed, maar rest gooit hij, want ik zat daar, hè. De eerste bal gooit hij, ik zeg, wat is dat? Ik zeg, wat is dat? Hij gooit de bal, waar dit was een gooi. Hij is nog vrij, dat let je nooit op, want je bent bezig met het spel, weet je wel. Zijn ze onder 18 man?
Ja, gaat het klein.
Ja? Ja. Zo, dat is wel zo nog niet zo. Maar je weet nooit, je weet niet dat het woorddatum het is 28.
Er is een boontest.
Wat? Dus zeg,
Dat Wim had meegemaakt dat 10 jaar voor zijn geboortedag.
dus ik geloof er niks van. Als hij 18 geloof maar als 28 jaar, het zal met de baas 28 jaar zijn, dan moet niet verbazen.
Dat was een paar jaar. Dat was de eerste wedstrijd. Toen speelden ze mee. Dus ik krijg allemaal van jongens van hey, hij zit nu 30 man bij. Dat is een beetje. Wacht, hoe kan het nou? Hij legt 30
Ja, maar je kunt dit gaan doen, hè. Het is een indirect aan het land, hè. Vroeger Pakistan werd nooit geschreven. Als je geboren werd, werd nooit genoteerd.
En ik op mijn vader ook.
En mijn vader zei ook, jij bent nu in de 52, dat is de geboortedatum.
Net keek ze zo van.
Toen werd het... Ja, maar dat is gek, bestaat niet. Ja, maar dat komen ze. Maar dat gebeurt er niet vroeger. Dat gebeurt nu wel, maar dat gebeurt er niet eens. Op God, 20 jaar.
Nee, maar zo werd ook gedacht, ja, die ging toen trouwen.
Ja, zo werd gedacht. Hij was trouw, dan is hij kwijt.
Wat jij tevoren?
Dat was echt zo, hè. Toen was het zo. Kijk, nu is het heel beter geregeld. Maar vroeger was het, dat bestond niet tussen de schouder. Gochten ze maar. Weet je, kijk, die jongen niet kwalijk nemen.
Nee.
Toen weten dat ook niet, weet je wel. En nu moet ik zeggen, nu wordt het pas wel goed geregeld. Als je geboren bent, wordt alles genoteerd, alles.
Nee, maar kijk, in Nederland, die jongens van 18 jaar, die hebben nog iets.
Ja, maar ja. Ik was op een paar, was bij Vera, een jongen die ook opgaan, die is lopend uit Afghanistan gekomen. Ik zit tegen hem bij het lopen gekomen.
Die had een video met die spier gespeeld.
Ja. Iedereen zei, hij komt lopend uit Afghanistan. Ik zei, dat is knap van jou.
We hadden hem gevraagd bij Hercules. Hij speelt in Nederland.
Ja, die jongen die lopen naar Afghanistan. Dus ik was al ver, hè. Dus iedereen zei, hij komt lopen. Ik zeg, ben je lopend gekomen? Ik zeg, we hebben heel veel gelopen. Ik zeg, maar lolly man, lopen naar Afghanistan hierheen.
Nee, ik heb hem gevraagd.
Die jongen uit Afghanistan was vroeger Afghaanse jongens bij VRA speelden.
Ja, nee, klopt. Hij had ook
Ja, iedereen. Ja, kleine. Ja, heel hard.
En heel lang
dus ik was op een paar. Iedereen. Ik zei, wie heb je daar? Afghaanse jongen, die is lopen naar Afghanistan gekomen. Ik zei, heel wedstrijd, denk maar, fucking kom je lopen naar Afghanistan.
Ik heb hem gevraagd toen van ben je echt lopend gekomen? Want dat is soms een krap. Hij zei van nee, wat liften ze mee?
Ja, liften ze mee.
Treinen zo.
Met smokkel en alles, weet je. Nee, hij komen met smokkel, waar komen ze? Maar iedereen zei, hij is lopen gekomen, joh. Dus de hele wedstrijd was gewoon rustig. En Afghanistan, die worden onderweg vermoord.
Hij speelt speciaal speelwet. We hadden gevraagd voor dit seizoen toen met die regel met die werkvisa kwam, hadden we niet bij. Dus vroeg hem, hij is in Engeland, maar hij is getrouwd met iemand in Nederland. Dus ik dacht van,
Hij was ook snel. Gooi die jongen moet je even, kijk dat dit niet speelt, want dan moet je gaan weer opletten. Weet je maar, ik kom daar een paar bij VRA, was in Borrom speelde iedereen. Helemaal rugtijd, zo lopen dat gaan. Ik heb de hele wedstrijd zo gezeten, maar ik moet die jongen lopen nog komen. Tom Hercules zag afscheid. Hij zag er wel fit uit. Hij kwam al een jaar. Hij ziet er fit uit. Ja? Einde. Gaat hij wat iets anders met tweede elftal of derde elftal of is hij helemaal al begeleiden eerst al? Is dat geen begeleiden? Ja, precies. We gaan het beroep op. We gaan natuurlijk snap ik, want die jongen ziet er al goed fit uit. Dat is altijd goed geweest, snap je? Oh, kijk, de 60. Nee, waarom? Ik denk al dat hij is altijd
Nee. Ze hebben wel elkaar in de club gespeeld. Ik ben... dat was best wel grappig. Toen ik naar Hercules kwam, toevallig ging hij die jaar naar AFC. Toen zou hij niet oppassen spelen, dat zou ik in Wikkers spelen. Toen zei ik van, nou, ik wil niet terugkomen. Hij is van, alsjeblieft, laat mij 1 jaar in de topklasse spelen. Zo lang. En dat was het weer. En dan kom ik volgend jaar beloofd. Nee, niet echt komen, want ik had dat niet zo. Het was een coronajaar. Het waren alle wedstrijden die niet door, behalve in de, volgens mij in de topklasse gingen ze wel door. Als ze
ook jongens die in feite gewoon een paard stoppakken dan weet je wel. Voren gestold, dit gestold, dat gestold. Wel goed toch, een paar Sparta natuurlijk goed. Dat hebben we dus wel, daar is het even gevoeld uit, dat we niet slecht waren man. Ja, hij pakt het. Ja, hij heeft niet slecht gedaan. Hij heeft een paar beslissende wedstrijden weggepakt. Ja, maar je zit en dan draaien ze die kant om, maar het pek is eerder gebeurd. Dan draaien ze weg. Dan zeggen ze, hey, ik sta hier, nee. Wat hij slaat, dat vergeet je dan. En dan hij doet zo, hij mist hem en dan gaat hij draai maken. Dan zegt hij, kijk eens, stop, ik het. En dat is allemaal altijd een beetje emotioneel, dat die jongens altijd een beetje voor de... Die andere doet de Groeneweg zelfs niet kwijt van jou, die is ook de slecht. Lucky, ja.
Ja, Lucky is goed. Ja, Gijs die speelt te weinig.
Ja, die jongen die is niet kwijt. Ja, klopt, je hebt druk, die gaat niet redden, je hebt druk met Hercules, dat moet gewoon regelmatig draaien, dan ga je weer vanuit komen.
Maar je hebt ook gemaakt met trainingsavonden, dat is gewoon...
Ja, precies, dat wordt heel lastig. Heel lastig.
En weet je wel, hij was best wel bereid om heel veel dingen te doen vrij te nemen.
Ja.
Maar toen had hij een keer vrij genomen en toen werd hij op de avond van Dordrecht gehoord dat hij niet kon spelen. En toen werd hij zonde van, ja weet je, dat ga ik niet.
Nee, ik was ja, natuurlijk als je vrij neemt en dat is je regelt zonder moeite. En dan kunnen we, ja, ik kan best begrijpen. Nee, precies, ik stond laatst keer met hem te praten, toen vertelde hij dit en dat, weet je, toen zei ik tegen hem, weet je, dat wordt heel lastig, Bart. Zeker de werk wat hij doet, dat wordt heel lastig voor hem. Kijk, dan moet je zoveel moeite doen, dan wat je zegt, dan moet je ook spelen, als je er komt, dat je reserve wordt gezet voor dan, en er is zoveel moeite gedaan voor dat, dan heb je motivatie om weer om daar zo gelijk te doen.
Hij speelt als hij kan spelen.
Nou, precies, netjes toch? Kijk,
en nou, dat vind je hartstikke leuk.
Laat eerlijk zijn, we spelen geen topland, wij hebben geen nieuwe betaalde spelers, maar met een brood op verdienen en ik vind het leuk waardig, maar hij moet wel werk hebben natuurlijk om wat te eten, weet je, ik vind het leuk nadenken, weet je, snap je?
Ja, heel veel. Weet je wel, en hij wil ook echt wel...
Ja, precies. Ja, moet je dat versturen. Ja, precies, want ik sprak de laatste tijd, weet je, want ik zit hier in New York voor binnen, ik weet dat ik sprak bij de kantine om wat te vertellen, weet je. Ik zei, ja, je moet wat voor open inleveren, weet je, gewoon thuis komen, werk je heel veel en heel veel dingen doen. Ja. Ik zei, dan gaat wat sport wat minder, ik zei, dat is helemaal zo.
Looking solid, boys!
laatste speeldag, hè, competitie, nog niet. 10, 7 is geworden. Oh, derde volgende week. Nou, tweede volgende week.
Vanaf het tweede volgende week is het dan april. En de derde volgende week.
Oh, derde volgende week.
Ja, ja, rustig.
Ja, maar wat dacht ik ook. Heel lang maar dat is goed.
Vaak is die maand september is niet zo mooi om te spelen.
Ja.
Je hebt niet zoveel velden meer, maar daar waar je
Ga spelen, kijk gewoon spelen. Ja. Meter van streep. Ik ga maar hier staan, man. Ik ga maar hier staan, maar dadelijk heb ik het gedaan. 20 meter van dat is scherp ook.
Bowling!
wegneemt, zelfs als hij door die man wegneemt, klopt.
Ja.
Want
Ja, anders zit hij gewoon zo.
ja, weet je, dan kunnen daar maar hij zegt, volgens mij lukt het niet, want ik zag laatst toen was het wel weer tijd. Die waren ook die soort spelers die ja, van de centrale maar ja, je krijgt ook een de Klasse en normaal van het andere taal dan tegen uit Ajax maar opgedreven had spelen. We hebben eigenlijk
Vive, let's go!
Sané. Alle tijd.
Well played, boys! Well played, boys!
Waiting for pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Well played, Ashan, well played. Come on, guys! Till the last drop!
Waiting for pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Good fielding, boys! Yeah, nice ball, Abby!
Davy, Hassan, we are the champions! Yay! No, Devol! We won, Devol! Devol, we miss you! We are the champions!
De Samsung Galaxy S23 nu zonder aansluitkosten. Dat zijn de heerlijk werken bij Telex. Is de positiviteit van...
Come on, guys! Champion! Yes!
Let's first clap off the music, yeah? Guys, come. We'll do this after, yeah?
Waiting for pairing. Bluetooth connected. Waiting for pairing. Bluetooth connected. Waiting for pairing.
Naam Bluetooth है.
Yes!
Neem Bluetooth है.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Hassan boy! Bulan boy! We are going in the old Klasse. Champion Hercules! Hercules!
Chalo bang ya.
Rakib!
Bluetooth connected.
Nee, niet doorno met omhoog. Hier baat met spelen doorno met omhoog. Miss you too, man. See you next season, yeah? Fucking hell. See you guys. Ja, het komt blijven. En luister, gaat het opruimen of niet? Ja, wij moeten alleen langs de snow. Ja, ja, ja.
Dit is de eerste klasse.